Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for jumping in. Hope you're having a great day. We're here to talk all things earnings. Before we get started, I'll probably go make a coffee, but I did want to get the stream up, get it running, and wow, golly, the market looks strong. We've got the rate cut tomorrow, which is going to be strong as well. And if it's not, continuing to get that pre-market rate dip in today, which it was showing yesterday, like it was brutal yesterday. Right, big sell-off yesterday. And we kind of timed bottom pretty well, like almost perfectly. We're far above that now. Closed, we did these calls, $2 to $75. We got in at 11, but and out at 8. We did lose on that, but the mechanics of that remains the same. We're going to try to do that same thing going forward every single Friday on GameStop, right? Something you can do daily on SPY when you're having a massive retracement. Lots of times at the end of the day, you'll pop up. Sometimes GameStop does that, right? To where Friday, it's killing it, and then it retraces too far, and then in those final moments, you can get some really cheap contracts to push up with. But going forward, I was thinking about this. It's like, what are we going to do other than that? Because post earnings, we're going to have, I think, some bearish flow. Of course, maybe GameStop blows it out of the park and we go on a melt up. Great, perfect. But if not, it's probably going to be a sell off. It's probably going to be momentum reset, and people love to sell covered calls during this time because they know that there's going to be no catalyst to really blow those up, right? Between last earnings and now, for example, we've seen 80,000 25s be sold. I don't think that those were covered. I think that those were naked calls, and that's going to hedge the chain downwards. And then we had this whole tumble down to like 20, right? So keep an eye open for that because we could again have some bearish times ahead, right? Of course, we're all really excited right now. The earnings are going to be great. We're going to gap up, but people take profits, right? And then the uncertainty of between now and then kind of kicks in, and we could get a downtrend. So I just want everyone to kind of temper their expectations, I suppose, is what I'm saying, as that's actually in our best interest as well, because A, we'll protect ourselves from potential downside, but B, we can wait for another entry model, right? Like, I wish GameStop just, continues to go up every day, and I could just buy at the money weeklies and, print no matter what, right? Very straightforward. However, that's not necessarily the case. So we do need to time our entries on a technical entry model, right? Now, whether that be the invalidation and retest of an order block, a potential downtrend non-confirmation ad, right? Some RSI dips, whatever it happens to be. We're going to be looking for that in the future, and it could take a little bit of time to get there, right? So as far as I'm concerned, we got a couple different scenarios that take place. Both include GameStop beating earnings and a gap up, but is it good enough to gap up and run, right? Is the market going to allow it? And that's really what it comes down to. And if you have any history with GameStop, the answer is probably not so much, right? But at a certain point, you can no longer invalidate the bull thesis, right? So this is going to be the second quarter in a row that was a non-Q4 holiday that we are beating our typical Q4 holidays. That's, something that I don't think a lot of companies do, something that we're going to look at today, right? We're going to pull up, Target, Best Buy, Walmart, and it's so hard to find a direct competitor for GameStop. Like, who's selling Pokemon cards, right? Who's selling collectibles out there? We're going to pull up those companies. We're going to take a look at their earnings. Are they operating in the black throughout the year like GameStop now is? Or are they, the typical, red for 3, Christmas comes along, Black Friday, and now the company's profitable again, right? You hear that kind of bias a lot in retail companies. Whether it's true or not, I've actually never looked. It was true in GameStop's case for many years. Let's see if it's true in the case of its competitors, and if so, does that give GameStop a leg up, right? And now at that point, just adding a single revenue stream to what we already have just blows the lid off the top even more so than it already is. Furthermore, next quarter is also a holiday Q4. So in the spring, our next earnings is going to be absolutely insane, because we're taking that general holiday income or revenue that we see and compounding on top of that all the new collectible buzz through the power packs, etc. that we've discovered. So super duper bullish, right? So things gap up. The two possibilities that I really see is both earnings perform well. One gaps up and sells off, right? The other gaps up and continues to run, right? That's really going to be up to the market. We're going to have to wait and see. The important part is that we've already positioned ourselves and capitalized off of that early positioning, right? Something that I've done for my group for years now, literally over and over again every single quarter, and then we'll continue to do. So we're in risk-free with profits exposed to the potential upside, right? Which is great. So just waiting to see. So whatever happens, we're going to be okay with that. Oh no, that's too bad. We'll be here after hours as well, though, to kind of monitor the call and update our spreadsheet. I think, right? It's a big day, and so yeah, maybe we gap up and run. Maybe we gap up and sell off. Who knows? Either way, we're all, I'm sure, positioned to capitalize off of that with our common shares, with our warrants. If you have any options, I gotta recommend scaling them out. Specifically, as I'm a generalized trader, yes, trading GameStop with my entire portfolio, but that's not how things work in the real world with other stocks. So if you're learning anything here, it is that pattern or order of operations, right? Where you're in early on the start of the run up, and then you're scaling out into the the height of that hype. And this way, you're not really losing. You remain exposed to the trade's upside. However, typically, it's just not a sure thing. So to have overexposed yourself to a high risk event isn't something that you're going to want to compound throughout your career. So even though I think you could hold GameStop and sell post gap up, again, it's not something you'll ever want to do anywhere else. So I know a lot of people may have only one or two contracts, and I'm talking about scaling out 80% of them. It's like, how do I scale out 80% of two or one, right? So, if you want to ride the bull, today is the day. 23s, 24s. You could lotto harder depending on where you think we'll gap up to, but again, you need to be taking those profits the moment the market opens tomorrow morning. So, very, very, very high risk. Not something I would do if you haven't made money yet on the channel, right? Or for your own trades, right? If you're not profitable, if you're having a hard time and you're like, oh man, I hate this, right? Then probably the best thing to do is to watch, right? And to wait, save up some cash, go pick some bottles, right? Make some OnlyFans videos, and we're going to be back in next time with a proper entry model that's not you can take a lotto entry here, because yeah, absolutely you could, but the percentage chance that it pays off for you is low. And because of this, the size that we're willing to put into the trade is also very low, right? So high risk, high reward, low size. You don't want to over extend yourself here, right? So if you've taken profits, maybe you put in 20%, 25% at most back in. Definitely don't be giving back half your profits. That's too much. But you can give back, a little bit. And that also, gives you the chance to maybe magnify those profits, right? Because if you can turn 25% of what you've already gained, into another 100%, now that's 50% gains, all right? Which is pretty cool. So definitely room to the upside, because I think we're going to gap up. I'm almost positive we do. But nothing's a sure thing, right? So the risk is still high, even though my confidence in GameStop is almost as high as well. So very dangerous in another company. With GameStop, I think you could probably get away with it. But again, I don't want to recommend that to anyone without them fully understanding the risks associated here, right? So Yeah, I mean, if you've got gains, you can risk some of them. You know, you can always give some back. That's just trading, right? You're never always being green on everything, right? If someone tells you that they only make a green trades, you know, are you sure? Right? We have red trades here on the channel all the time. It's just part of the process, right? So, um, if you manage the risk appropriately, uh, it's a lot better, right? And that's the key to everything, right? Like, say, you know, you wouldn't want to be up hundreds of percents and not scale out any into an uncertainty based event where you know the market's most likely going to de-hedge, even if you're right? Um, you know, it's ballsy, right? And then, you know, maybe there are people with more experience than me doing that, right? I like to keep it safe and just, you know, scale out runners. Um, you know, if we look at previous earnings, it's not always a gap up, right? So last earnings, you know, nice gap up, which we had here, an immediate sell down. And that's what I'm talking about is like, even if we do gap up, boom, massive gap up. What happened the next day? Sell off to almost right where we were, to where you would then want to enter, right? So you could just wait out the volatility for a better entry um, with confirmation of strength, right? Specifically when it reclaims the trend here. So I think, you know, even if it is really good and we do get a gap up, you got to be taking those profits right at open because throughout the entire day you're going to melt down. And you know how long are those calls that you can potentially ride it back up, right? So take your profits, reposition, and then go for more, right? So if earnings is good, we want to be scaling out Monday morning, well, right now and Monday morning. And then, you know, if it sells off, then you can load back in on the lows, right? You don't want to just rinse your contracts through the volatility because if you do that and then you don't see the like the price appreciation as well, you're losing, and it's just not something we want to do. Um, Earnings gap down, even though it was good, right? Earnings gap down, even though it was good. Um, Earnings gap up, immediate sell down to where it was lower than before. So it's like, even if you do get a gap up, you got to be hitting the eject button, boom, right there, and then reposition yourself for an extended run. Of course, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe GameStop gaps up and then runs further. It's happened before in other companies, but I don't expect to see that here. On the right side of your screen, you'll see I have the 23s tracking. Um, I've been holding shares on options for a while. When we get to 28, I'll be break even. Want a fresh start and learn the wheel strategy? Should I hold some? Uh, yeah, I mean, you could. Like, I think we'll definitely see 28 again. Is this, you know, earnings cycle continues to compound? Like, if, and that's the thing, we really don't know. We have to wait for today's earnings. And, you know, if we did have kind of like that holiday based 130 plus quarter, um, then, you know, 28 is like easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's just a matter of, you know, how many times is the market willing to just let us consolidate, which is again in all of our best interests, right? Because right now we're the only ones who know, which is crazy. Let me pull up that spreadsheet. I don't think this is it. Um, for bozos, by bozos. Here we go. It's like a lot of people I don't think realize that we're pulling in our net income here is much higher than our holiday quarter, which is so aggressive. So if we can match this like 165 area or even just beat 130, you know, it's GG's as far as I'm concerned. And then it's just a matter of compounding this and then hoping that the Pokemon craze doesn't die down. Yeah, I like the leverage. I understand the volatility rinses a lot of it out, but um, yeah, I don't think it's bad. I like the 2x funds and the 4x funds. Probably buy it in on a low though, right? Because if you don't buy it in on a low, and we do move lower, then that's twice the downside you're receiving. So I like the the 2x and the 4x on when we're on trend line, right? Like if we can get to that bottom trend, which I mean, I guess we kind of are, but um, if people were loading up at 20 at 19, 2 weeks ago, the um the options would have been a good idea, but you can't really size in as much on those, right? It's higher risk than the leveraged funds. So the leveraged funds, you could size in a little bit more if you're confidently doing so on a bottom based trend line, or like an undervalued price point, and make a buttload doing that. Like I really like that. However, I would want to avoid buy-ins on that. If we're kind of like middle area, right? If we're spiking, don't get involved. Then your downsides are definitely there. Um, but if we're undervalued, then absolutely, and then you're not really exposed to any theta decay. Yeah, I mean, I've seen you ask a couple times. I feel like I've replied a couple times too. LOL. You probably just Google "Hello Good Game Link Tree." I'll put you the link here, and then join the community Discord. Should get you there, and well, it's definitely a flag pattern, right? But it depends if it breaks up, though. I think it is. I don't do a lot of typical patterns. So ascending triangle or a bull flag, right? And then you'd be wanting this high to blow out. Um, there's that order block I'm most concerned about. What's that, the 4-hour order block? No, we blew that. Let's check out the 1 day. The 1 day order block is aggressive, but I mean, that's up at the 28 mark, right? So, and this is the crazy thing, right? So, let me show you this. We have the 4-hour order block invalidation. Actually, we have the 15-minute. And this is the same kind of setup that we're seeing now play out. So once upon a time, GameStop was trending downwards, right? And you see these people talk about fractals. I'll show you a fractal. We see this negative order block, bearish order block form, and we trended downwards, retested, rejected, and then broke through, right? And at that point, we convert the order block to a breaker block when we revisit it right here, right? We break through it and then revisit it, right? These two areas convert it. And then we have really nice expansion upwards. Okay, so that's on the 15-minute chart where this candle pattern right here was a bearish order block. Right there, negative OB. So then we zoom out and we go to 4-hour on a higher time frame, right? And what do we see here? This is another bearish order block, right? And this is our breaker block that's now set up off the invalidation of it. Right here. So we reject it, then we invalidate it, then we retest and activate it. At which point, really nice expansion upwards. Okay. Then we go to that exact same chart pattern on the 1 day, except for our order block is all the way up here. So we've got some work to do, right? Maybe we retest, reject, grab trend, and then invalidate. retest, activate, and then go. So it's quite a journey to get there, but I'm very much looking for this line to show up on my chart. Just a nice little box like that. That'll be a good day. And then it's the same pattern we played here on the 15, the same pattern we played here on the 4 hour, and now the same pattern we're going to play here on the 1 day. If things go, things get a little weird up there, right? Because there's some big market participants who, have the bonds, and that is a massive position to hedge that, they've typically been doing so bearishly. Because if you're long on the bonds, you hedge that with a bearish position, right, to come into neutrality or closer to. So they could continue to, like, if every time we get to this level, they're going to re-hedge back down, right? That's what happened here. Massive hedge down. That's what happened here. Re-hedge down. And they could continue to do that literally until 2030, it would appear to me. Of course, if we get above this area, they'll probably unwind that hedge, which would be additional buy pressure, which would push us higher, and that whole thing, will exacerbate itself quite quickly to a potential run upwards. And then I think that forced bond conversions at 37, right? So I don't know, things get spicy up here, and then the warrants are in the money, and then people start exercising those, and they have to actually source them for once. A lot of potential bullish catalysts above our resistance level, right? So a lot of the times when a stock runs, you run out of buyers, right? Like a stock is going up and up and up and up, and eventually no one's really willing to buy that stock at those prices. At which point sellers take control of the order book, and then we work our way down, right? As they race to get their orders filled. So the fact that we have bullish catalysts that are, they induce a buying flow at these higher levels, I think is really, really good. Even if we get rejected however many times, because when we do get up here, who's really willing to buy GameStop at $35 a share? I know some of you are, but it's far less than the amount of people willing to buy at 20 or 22, right? So the fact that we have a lot of potential buy volume in that area is crazy bullish for GameStop to potentially make an actual move higher like we've seen it do in the past. Now, I'm not going to say that we'll see, those 60, 70, 80 moves here, but mechanically speaking, I do think that that if it was going to really make a run for it above, this 30 area, and they do start to de-hedge, then things get really spicy. But until then, we'll probably just trend upwards and get rejected and trend upwards, and that's fine too, right? We just play the swings and earn our keep. Yeah, it's no worries. I don't mind you asking every day, because then people see you ask and they're like, oh yeah, this is the link. Right? It's like a free advertisement for me. You want to ask on Twitter and on Stock Twits and stuff as well? That'd be great. I'm just kidding. It's okay. So yeah, we're just chilling. I'm gonna grab a coffee, and then we're gonna maybe tear into some GameStop competitors. Make a list of them first and foremost, because I don't even know. Like, I think of Best Buy, Target, Walmart. Like, where you buy A, electronics, video game consoles, and then B, where are you buying Pokemon cards, right? I don't even know, like a Shoppers Drug Mart or something. Which is crazy, because a lot of these companies doing that, they've got like, maybe not Best Buy. Best Buy sells home electronics. That's kind of their edge, right? The TVs, the dishwashers, the fridge, the washing machine, dryer, etc. But like Target's selling clothes, right? A lot of that other stuff, which I guess GameStop sells a little bit of, but um, actually have never been into a Target. I assume they sell like food and perishables as well, right? Like a Walmart would. I know Walmart's all have their grocery stores in there now, which is really good for them. That was genius. But yeah, we're gonna try to look for some competitors. Then we're gonna look at their earnings to see, you know, what's their net income like on the year. What's um, their operating expenses, right? Like, is it where are we looking? Operating margin. That's the one. So are they in the negative throughout the year, right? -6%, -3%, -4%. Then here's the holiday quarter, 6.2%. Then we're out of the holidays, -1. But then here's the outlier, 6.8%, which is better than the holiday season, right? So I want to go through, pull up the competitors, and look at their operating margin throughout, the last year or so to see how much of an outlier this is in comparison to those competitors, right? Is GameStop really the one? And I think that story is going to really let us know. Um, of course, I'm sure that those companies make more during the holiday than GameStop does, so it's easier to cover those. But, that's all something that we're going to pull up and look at. And, yeah, that's all I really have planned. And then once earnings comes out, I guess we'll kind of go through that a little bit and try to update our spreadsheet. If there's a call, we'll listen in. Somehow I doubt it, though. However, if Ryan's going to give forward guidance, I'm going to be listening. I just, it's not something I expect, right? And then after that, it's take out any profits, maybe do some long-term repositioning. Um, because when we don't have a sell event like earnings, because we know when the earnings run up will happen, right? Uh, we can do shorter dated calls, right? And when we don't know when the next run up is, we have to buy quite a bit of theta just to sit on it, right? So the contracts become a little bit more expensive, but I think we can still find some decent entries. Digital rips is the area to focus on as well. Power packs. It's going to play a very large role in transformation of the company. Competitors like Arena Packs, Courtyard, Finex Lives, and others. Those companies won't be publicly traded, though, will they? There's probably no way to see their financials. Um, but maybe there are some. I don't know. But and maybe any other blind box companies, not just digital blind boxes would be best, like the loot boxes, but I guess there's the physical product attached to it, which makes it a little different, the card. So maybe look at some blind box companies. I don't know if there are any. Lala Boo is the only one that even comes to mind. Funko, not really a blind box. You know what you're getting there, which has been obliterated. But yeah, just doing some general comparisons if we can think of anything. Courtyard has public data. Interesting. Maybe we'll pull those up and take a look. Um, that could actually be pretty cool. And we can basically just derive that information from our earnings report, like, because it's not like they're selling any other collectibles. They're still selling the same amount of Pokemon cards, right? Not graded. And that's the only thing that's really, so we can just go to collectibles, right? And then we can see, 136 is when like pre-PSA partnership, right? And then the partnership's kind of starting, 139. Partnership expands, 170 on collectibles. Then the holiday quarter, 270 on collectibles. Yeehaw. Then still pre-power packs, but the PSA ecosystem and the physical power packs come out, 211. Then we go the power packs digital beta, 227, right? So we can see from Q2 2025 to Q2 2024, all like 90 million, right? Increase. which is aggressive. So uh, collecting more data to kind of get the comparison um, from that 171, because the 171 is still growing off the 140 from just the PSA grade, because you can bring your cards and have them graded, right? Which it's crazy. It's making that much revenue. Um, so it'll be nice to see this continue to evolve the collectibles, and then we can kind of derive just exactly how much the power packs are making for us, right? Because well, to a certain degree of confidence, because obviously they're probably still selling more Pokemon cards. They're probably still selling more other stuff. I would just hope, anyways. I don't know, but I think the lion's share of that is probably the physical and mostly digital power packs. Um, so that'll be kind of cool to see as well as we move forward. Ooh, a little bit of a sell off here. Ay, ay, ay. Again, I do think that in the earnings week, that earnings run up, I think the dips are really nice. Like if you get a down day, this is a really good dip to buy. You'll see here, this dip is paying off as well. And I'm pretty sure so will this and this, right? So that's a thing I love to do earnings week. Just scalp in on dips, because there's like a higher degree of confidence that you come back because of the bullish catalyst right in the mirror. Well, I guess it's not in the mirror; it's out the front window still. But I'm gonna be worried about this. We have the 200 crossing VWAP. This is a super duper bullish sign for day traders or swing traders. Um, it shows strength within the stock's morning session, and is likely to continue even if it pulls back to it in the afternoon session, right? So this is a super duper bullish sign that a lot of people look for, is when the 200 crosses the VWAP. But again, GameStop's and just like that, it's such bad liquidity, right? Like the difference here is just a fill, a buy and a sell, because the spread is probably quite wide, which is aggressive. All right, let's make a coffee. Thank you all for jumping in. Appreciate you guys. I got to get a link for the stream and advertise that places, because we'll get some more people in here. There's still 26, and I've not even advertised it yet. That's awesome. Thank you guys for showing up. If you want to leave a like on the stream, my oh me, does that ever help? All right, so let's get everything going here. One moment. I have to open up a couple windows. Don't worry, I'm still here. Just making sure not to dox myself. Okay, we're back. Maybe? Perfect. So, yeah, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate. I'd love to try to answer as best I can. It is. Pretty sure. We get a thumbs up. Cool. I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. The largest bowl of cereal known to man. Don't mind me.
That's just
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
that's just the air conditioner.
I want it. It's everything.
That's just
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
that's just the air conditioner.
I want it. It's everything.
That's just
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
This chart is looking increasingly compelling, and this match.
I wish they'd post just like a whole clip of him. Maybe we'll just go back and watch an old earnings stream.
It's morning.
This chart is looking increasingly compelling, and this match.
I wish they'd post just like a whole clip of him. Maybe we'll just go back and watch an old earnings stream.
It's morning.
I hate the news. So the moment a news clip comes on, I'm out. So to use that in your hype video doesn't get me.
This chart is looking increasingly compelling, and this match.
I wish they'd post just like a whole clip of him. Maybe we'll just go back and watch an old earnings stream.
It's morning.
I hate the news. So the moment a news clip comes on, I'm out. So to use that in your hype video doesn't get me. I hate the news. So the moment a news clip comes on, I'm out. So to use that in your hype video doesn't get me. I can't find any data on Courtyard. I can't find any data on Courtyard. I can't find any data on Courtyard. 30 million. Womp, womp, womp. $30 million. Womp, womp, womp. The company's selling 50 million a month? Whoa. Holy shit. 30 million. Womp, womp, womp. Pardon my language. The company's selling 50 million a month? Whoa. Holy shit. Pardon my language. The company's selling 50 million a month? Whoa. Holy shit. Pardon my language. Which makes sense considering how much, collectible revenue we've discovered. There's only, so many months in a quarter, only 3. So that definitely lines up with, our newly discovered, which makes sense considering revenue that, one would assume continues to grow, but have to wait and see. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day, man. You guys don't mind if I smoke a little weed, do you? I'll be honest. I live in Canada, bro. What do you think I've been doing since I've been 12? Assume continues to grow, but wow, maybe a little older than 12. Wait and see. It's gonna be a long day. 16 for sure. You guys don't mind if I smoke a little weed, do you? I'll be honest. We got an audio feedback, apparently. So sorry. That's probably been here the whole time. I didn't hear it till my hyena laugh hit the speakers, though. What a unique laugh this kid's got, eh? I apologize for it. It is, I'm sure, unbearable in public places when people stare at me. It's not great. Ooh. But I can't help it. It's what comes out, man. It's just what happens. It's fixed now. I definitely fixed it. It couldn't be better. Probably the best audio on YouTube right now. GameStop selling off. Not good. 23's holding value nicely. Your volume is so low. Really? I'll turn it up. I mean, it seems a little high if I'm being honest. But maybe that's just me. What's up, Snakes? How are you? No, it could be low. Let me check. I think it's pretty high. Could be higher. Not by much, though. That's just a sign that people don't care about quality. They care about volume. Not you, but every other creator, right? If you're going around and all these channels are louder than mine, there's no way that audio quality is good. I can turn it up louder. This is loud as all hell. But I can see it dropping in quality, it's clipping, right? I know you saying it's better, but that's not what the data says, man. The data says the audio's clipping, and I don't think that's good. But I'll let you guys be the judge. You want it higher? It goes higher. I'm a pretty quiet guy sometimes, though. So, obviously, any sounds better. Low, yeah, it probably does, but then the children can't hear it on their device. They don't have the surround sound speakers set up, man. Ooh. Ooh. And this is why we take those profits, right? Because you just never know if it goes right until earnings. I suspect we get an afternoon zinger again, but, you know, the market's definitely breaking down here today. This doesn't look good at all. I've seen someone posting about crypto's way into the sky. 93, not yet. I could turn it up with some gain, and maybe that'll help in a better fashion. Oh, it's locked. Wow. There we go. Add some old-fashioned gain to it. And then I can turn down the mic itself, and maybe it's not so hot. Yeah, it just seems kind of crazy to me that the market's not willing to walk GameStop up more. Let's talk with Chatbot a little bit. Don't mind my spelling. Cooperators, no competitors. No speak of the English, I only do the math. And then we kind of will tear into their financials, and we can compare the, what was I looking for? The operating income. No. What was I? Operating margin, that's what we're looking for. We want to see the operating margin of these other companies to get a better idea of, you know, how unique GameStop's position is to having, you know, kind of turned that all around. Take profits for better speakers. Absolutely. As long as you're able to buy them at GameStop. Which they actually might have some speakers post trade-in day. But old speakers are so big, there's no way those speakers would fit in the box. It also seems crazy to me that they're willing to take all that stuff. Do you think they just trashed it immediately, just right to the dumpster? Or do you think they're like holding on to that inventory for some reason? Like, we've seen so many taxidermies. Like, what is that about? Okay, Best Buy, Walmart, Target. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Amazon, eBay, sure. PlayStation Store, Xbox Store, Nintendo. You're never going to be able to find those numbers. Steam, we could look at, but still, it's like, that's a monopoly. How do you compare yourself to that? Epic Games Store, even, you know, this... Epic has taken, you know, Fortnite has made that company, right? So, you know, they're a little bit bigger than we are, for sure. It's hard to compare yourself to a Steam, right? And you're never going to get numbers from a card shop, right? So it literally is Best Buy, Walmart, Target, I think. Probably not Walmart because they sell food. Does Target sell food? I think you could... Maybe at this order block you find support. Here. If you lose this, then not great. Take it as it comes, though. You could definitely just wait for confirmation on a reversal signal. There's no need to try to time bottoms because there's a good chance that your bottom time is just a relief rally before it does break down. So you may as well wait for confirmation of a reversal. And I would probably just watch the S&P 500, the broader market, for that reversal signal, because you're like, there's just not enough liquidity here for any actual structure to chart. Many apologies, but it's the truth. But again, if the market can catch support here, then, that's going to be the same with GameStop. On the 15-minute, if I'm actually going to try to find some more serious support, 23.15, if we're breaking this order block, I'd like to see the 200 hold on the 15. That's kind of been our whole bias here for continuations because we were kind of worried about it here. But if we could hold trend, reclaim it right away, then we can go for more, getting that, another high. But, there's going to be pullback before a new high, right? So as long as this 200 can hold, I'm confident. If it breaks down, then, we're looking at the 1 hour chart. And just try to have this breaker block hold. At which point, 22 again. But I just don't see it coming into an earnings, which we all know is going to be outstanding. So, any dips, I think you could basically buy with confidence, specifically if the market turns around, right? But I would want to wait, I think, for that signal because there's really no telling. Do we want the mic down lower, or did we find a nice spot for it? Finding that support. It's just the question is, can it hold? And is this that area where we, you do get the bounce? You could take non-confirmation entry here, stop loss below. But it's not a reversal signal, right? It's still trending below the exponential moving average, which is scary. That's definitely not an entry I'd like to take, but if you were to guess the support, I would say in this area, which is holding true for the most part, at least at first glance. Whether it can hold it and stay there, we'll have to wait and see. Again, just like I'm bullish on GameStop because of the earnings, which I'm almost certain are going to be good, I'm pretty bullish on the general market as well because the interest rate decision tomorrow is basically locked in as a cut, and that's pretty bullish for the market as far as past experiences have taught me. So just hold on, wait and see. I've been wrong before though, right? So just watching and always waiting for confirmation. I don't really like non-confirmation trading unless it's on GameStop specifically. I'll buy GameStop on its low trend line, without waiting for a reversal signal, right? Common shares, at least. Now, if it's options, you got to wait for the entry model because they're time sensitive, right? So you don't want to mess that up. So you really do want to wait for proper entry model, which would be the reversal signal if we were going to talk about one here, which we're not seeing. So probably, until we do set that reversal, you could assume that lower highs, right? Like, a lower high, 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 until you see a market structure shift and you can take out this lower high, right? Like if we could break this, now that's probably a market structure shift to the upside. And then we'll just want to make higher lows at that point, which would be a break of structure every time. But until then, this is the zone though. Like this is it, 100%. This is the area. If it was going to happen, and it would happen here. Specifically if we get that market structure shift. But I think we're going to have to work for it a little bit. It might not even take it till here, though. Right, like maybe this is it. A lot of volume coming in here. Well, not really, in comparison to our previous volume. Yesterday, we had super, super low volume on GameStop. All right, it wants to make a run of it. Can we clear for the structure shift here? It should pop up. GameStop acting accordingly as well. And that's the thing about dips on earnings week. They get bought up quickly. And that's exactly what this is. I'm certain of it. Someone's like, oh yeah, I'm taking that opportunity. The report is not until late this afternoon. So the market closes at 4 Eastern. I don't think the report will be till 5. Maybe 4:30. It's typically at least 15 minutes, half an hour. Sometimes it's an hour. All right, and do we just reject the 21 here? And that's kind of what I was worried about, right? Like, even if we do find support here and come out of it, are we able to reclaim the EMAs for a confirmation-based reversal? Or is it just, a rejection because it couldn't find enough steam? So, this order really good for non-confirmation ads, but you still want to wait until your market structure shift hits, I think, for a safer entry, which I can't believe it's not setting off the blow off of this high. Like, it certainly should. So I guess looking at these now, maybe just invalidating our previous highs, hunting for that shift. It should have been here, in my opinion, but maybe it's waiting for it to reclaim it in its totality. Oh, my goodness. So yeah, that's like it's 11, so we have 3 hours, probably 3.5 to 4 hours away, I would assume. Okay, that's a nice bar. Showing decision, right? The previously was upper wick, lower wick. It's a very indecisive candle. It doesn't know what it wants to do other than it wants to hold the 21. But now this is showing strength enough to clearly reclaim the 21 and challenge VWAP, which again this is where we'd expect rejection, just like this is where we expect support. But if it can reclaim that level, then things look really good. It could take a couple knocks at it, right? Like sometimes it rejects and then resets and then gets it the second time. Oh, I gotta make those tweets. It's true. Biaffa. I gotta start doing more stock twits. I'm a stock twitty now. A stock twitty cat? Alrighty. This 21 is holding strong. VWAP is just, rejecting. Brutal. Right, it's pretty rare we break through on our first attempt. New question. What's the best way to track IV on GameStop? I'm surprised it's not rising in earnings, therefore taking the stick up. Yeah. I just use Market Chameleon. I mean, there's even an IV profile in TradingView if you want. Right here at the money IV structure. You can kind of see that. You can also see the volatility curve in the last month. Right in TradingView. Of course, ooh, it's doing it. You're really not going to give me a market structure shift until this bearish order block invalidates? That's criminal. I mean, this is the entry model here, though. I like that. These GameStop dips are paying. We're going to get into these here, too. What else was I? IV. I just use Market Chameleon. And then all you really need is this chart here on the top. This little square. Right? And then basically IV 30. Just track that. It shows up on my broker. I don't think there's a ton of volume, so it's irrelevant, but it happened. So yeah, IV's like pretty low. So I'll be curious to watch how the IV crushes, considering it's so low to start with. Like how far, does it even experience a crush? I don't know. It really should, but we're gonna have to wait and see. I know the volume can change quick, but since volume is so low, do you think that Ryan Cohen would lean away from doing any offerings at this time? Yeah, no, we're not doing any offering ever on low volume. That's not how the offerings work. You'll notice that every offering has been on high volume. And the reason that volume is high is because it's actual shorts covering. And when they cover, they're aware of when they're going to stop covering. And they flip their hedge back downwards with new shorts at a high level to compress even more. So it's very important to take advantage of those periods of liquidity, just like they are doing, right? And it's their liquidity we're taking advantage of, not our own. So no volume, no offering. That's it's as simple as that to me, because the offerings are, a way to incrementally transfer from the shorts position to the longs, right? So if you're unwilling to trade your stock, Ryan's going to trade it for you, which is awesome. I just want to see, well, I hate to say it, I want to see GameStop back at 20 and them do a share buyback, but, let's talk about that later. Well, that's post-earnings. That's not today. And maybe, that's definitely in the books, right? If the market does crash, which everybody predicts, then it would be a good time to do that. Because what better company to buy than yourself? Because all these other companies may be undervalued, but they're shit shows. There's a lot of work to do to turn them around. That janitorial work that Ryan likes so much. And, GameStop's also trading at a discount, so why not just get, the company that's already got all that work done for you, which is your own, which is just there's so much safety in that, right? Less risk. Ugh. Rejecting the 200, losing all hopes of recovery here. That's, not good. So there's no EMA reversal here. Couldn't get it. We did get the price above where we needed it to be, but there's still no reversal yet, like we had here. All right, so here's our bearish reversal, and then we lose a key level, right? Expand downwards. Still waiting on a bullish reversal, plus our key levels, which are really close, which is great, right? So see, we had a bullish reversal here. Here's our key levels holding. Nice expansion. Nice expansion. It's just as simple as that. It doesn't have to be complex. There's no Fibonacci retracements or any like that's craziness to me. Good on you guys though. Just not something that I use. I like to keep things in a high degree of certainty, right? Which typically is quite basic in nature. Oh my gosh. Maybe it is time for a third coffee. I held off on it. I just had cereal instead on earnings day. LOL. I know, right? Which, honestly, is really good. That is really, really good. Because, the lower that... Man, my eye's so itchy today. Get your dirty fingers out of it, dude. The lower the daily average is, the more exponential our move will be when volume does hit. I know no one can predict that volume, right? It's up to, you know, those who are rolling their positions, etc. That's not our side of the trade. And just like you close and open a position on your own volition, so are they. That's on their timing, not on yours. So we'll have to just, you know, hold off and wait for that volume and try to maintain as much exposure as we can with as little risk as possible while we wait, right? And that's what makes, for example, the leaps, you know, the really long-term, at the money, on low trend line. Like, you don't want to be buying leaps when we're inflated, right, at 28. But, you know, if we're down at 22, 20, you know, load up on really long-term options. And that's going to give you really good exposure, right, to that potential volumetric event, which we're all hoping on. And I think with good earnings, it's going to force that at some point. Thanks for watching the stream, everybody. If you want to help out, leave a like. That's awesome. Subscribe as well. We'll be back tomorrow. Imagine that. Post-earnings stream. We'll probably, you know, because things settle off and we're no longer managing positions, like, we'll probably do some more education, talk about some options. I was curious, you know, what do you think Like selling strangles, you think that's a decent idea? I'm sure 70% of volume, be it still 70% of nothing is still nothing. Doesn't just because it's a percentage, it doesn't mean all this crazy amount of volumes going dark pool. Meow. Sorry, I always meow back at my cat. She tries to dig me out of my chair too. It's like, okay, you've got it warmed up for me. Perfect. Now you can evacuate. And I'm going to take ownership of this chair if you don't mind. Maya, not for cats. We're streaming. It's earnings day. She literally just digs me out. Upload management stream. Maybe. I don't know. What do those words mean, Ozzy? How's your day, dude? I hope all is well. Maya, I'm going to turn the speaker up. What does the average stock I'm going to go on dark pools daily? 5%, 10% maybe? Oh, no, I bet you it's way higher than that. Oh, yeah, I'm just the lender. She's the leaseholder. Maya, come yell at them. She's like, no, I'm done yelling now. You're feeling better? That's awesome. I actually have a sign that says that in my house. You're just a guest. All right. I mean, we failed that first reversal. Respecting our levels. Let's see if we can make a recovery here before the end of the day. Like yesterday's recovery was so late, it didn't really precipitate into anything. And therefore was hard to participate. But today, maybe this will set a little earlier and we can have something, some decent structure post-reversal signal this afternoon. Yeah, I'm just the housekeeper. Amen. Just the help. Yeah. I mean, that's closer to the truth than I'm really willing to admit or unbox. Things look good, though. They don't look terrible. I mean, the at the money calls are still holding. I'd like to get out at 150, scale out a little bit. But if we don't get it, I'll scale out this afternoon and just take what I can. Even though 135, 137 earlier would have been decent. We're about to pump earnings hype. Yeah, I mean, be the volume you want to see in the market, right? That's the age-old saying. An adage. Jesus, don't even try, kid. Yeah, be the volume you want to see in the world or in the market. So make sure to just dump in, 2-3 million. We'll all appreciate it. We have a market structure shift on our boy, Jimmy. You guys know that band, Jimmy Eats World? Actually, pretty good. What's alternative rock from back in the day? You honestly think that's true, Chuckle Badger? Chuck Blackmore? Sorry. You made me chuckle, so that's why I said it. If we each bought 1 million shares right now, it would absolutely move. How many of us are here? 35 million shares? That's more than 10x our average volume. You don't think the stock would move on 10 relative volume? My friend, you need to look at some other charts. 100%. You're silly as all hell, bro. Have you ever looked at another chart? Do you track relative volume? My goodness, my whole trading style is based on relative volume. Literally, I'll show you my scanner. Wherever it's hiding. It's here somewhere. Whoops. Where did that just zonk out to? Here it is. Boom. So this is my scanner I use every day. And relative volume. That's what it's all about. If you get over 2 relative volume, you make it on my list. And there's not a lot of stocks doing 10 plus relative volume. And if they do, they're squeezing. They are absolutely squeezing. Relative volume matters. Do not kid yourself. I could pull out 1,000 examples. None of it would hit the exchange. Absolutely it would. IEX. Direct it to the exchange, dude. Hell, if we had that kind of money, we could be buying at the money and just exercising them to force delivery. If you really were that worried about it. Right? Why not buy 23s and just exercise them end of day? It's not that much of a premium. Extra $100. That's nothing for 35 millionaires. The point, it absolutely would move. And I guess it hurts me a little bit that you're so damaged that you don't understand that, you know, because GameStop's been beaten down and, you know, you don't believe that, you know, things will ever work out in your favor, even when it's just reality. Yeah, but when you buy on your broker, you can direct your order to whichever exchange you'd like. Like you can 100% route your order through IEX. The Powerball lottery is at 930 million. I would market order that full thing. Well, if you lived in the USA, you wouldn't be getting the full thing. But I understand you. Yeah, you could literally just buy in the money calls and exercise them. But the fact is, like, the reason that GameStop doesn't move is because there's no buyers. Retail doesn't have that much cash to throw at this. And when they do, they buy out of the money options and just fork it over to the option seller over and over and over again. For literally 5 years, I've been watching them do it. It's crazy. If this group could come together and realize that during periods of low liquidity, a low daily average, they could squeeze the chain so hard. Because collectively, there is that much money in this group, right? Superstonk has a lot of liquidity. And that's why people farm them for it, which is brutal. It's so sad, but aye. And then they get fed these hype dates, which are false. They're like, it's a bearish event happening, and they're like feeding you excitement into this bearish event. And, you know, you get racked, and then you're like, oh, nothing matters. You know, oh, just dark pool me harder. Like, you know, it's a defeatist attitude. And, you know, I get it, but it's so easy to be a winner with GameStop. I only buy shares. I don't donate to the market maker option theft. Yeah, and then to blame it on the market maker, I think is pretty funny because it's not the market maker robbing you guys blind. It's your own creators. It's the Super Stonk post that gets 3,000 upvotes. You want to look for your robber? That's it. That's your robber. That's your bad guy. To just, Oh, the market maker did it to me. They're not the one naked selling those calls to you. That is an individual who is, utilizing the market maker to do it. But it's not the gun that goes to jail. It's the guy who pulled the trigger, right? So to blame the gun seems kind of strange when it's literally the guy behind the gun who's doing it. So I don't watch that gay shit. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Woof. Sometimes the gay stuff's better, right? No, I always be a little bit cautious when you see an over-engaged post. Right? When you see something that has a ton of engagement on it, no matter what it is, just be cautious, right? Dead internet theory exists, and it's not for your benefit. At the very best, it's to garnish your attention, and then monkey see, monkey do, and it might not be good for you, right? It's the good of the scorpion isn't always the good of the goose or the frog or whatever. But eventually people will wise up. Slowly they're going to realize it. They're going to stop donating to these people. They'll stop idolizing them. And they'll begin to have some confidence in themselves as an individual investor, right? Because you don't need someone's post to be like, oh, yeah, GameStop's bullish now, right? You know ahead of time, right? You can read the technicals, right? You understand what a reversal is or, basic entry model. You understand pre-earnings run-up, just generalized market mechanics. They're going to happen no matter what, with or without you. And then, you can start to capitalize off of those. And then you'll start to realize that a lot of these posts don't necessarily make sense with the correct timing of those entries. And, the rest is self-evident. It depends who is doing it. Oh, yeah. I mean, well, unless that's your fetish, though, right? Like, I'm sure even Fat Bastard had some fans, right? You ever seen the Austin Powers with Mike Myers and Fat Bastard? Get in my belly. Verse, maybe like a Channing Tatum or something, right? So I guess, yeah, the spectrum is definitely there. But everybody likes their own flavor, so that's okay. The important part is that people are happy. That they're enjoying themselves, right? We don't care about anything else, really. I imagine the Marines, and for that matter, any military structure has like a little bit of that in it, right? Just all the dudes. How can you not? It's been a long time for Austin Powers. Well, we're watching right now a TV show called The Legion, which is like an X-Men spinoff. And I got thrown into like some X-Men rabbit hole the other day. So just kind of watching that. It's not bad. It's not great. It's all right. We'll see, though. On that note, that's something I would love to see GameStop do. Like we kind of talked a little bit about Steam. How did Steam come into play? And it was Half-Life, and then Steam, which was basically a patch client for people. Where you could download your game update and it would install it for you correctly, so you didn't have to go online, etc. And then they started to sell other games from other developers, right? And, it's just compounded over the last 10, 15 years into this absolute behemoth. And then, on that same note, Netflix. Netflix is sending used DVDs around the world. They're like a movie store that decided to ship their DVDs in the mail. Groundbreaking. Oh my God, right? But where they shift from that trash business model to not only the digital distribution, online streaming, fantastic, which is basically cable. You're not reinventing anything. It's just the mode, like the medium that you're putting the data on. But where the real genius of Netflix is the production house, right? The Netflix original series, right? None of them are good. They're all absolute trash. Well, most of them. I did like the new Arrested Development season, but that's where all the money comes from. Is the creative side of things, the making the TV show or the game, right? And that's something that I think is relatively tangible. We seen Buck the Bunny and the Cursed Cartridge come out, right? We could, by all means, start an indie development house, right? Onboard some developers, and away we go, right? And then I know it seems strange, but it will evolve through time, just like Half-Life evolved into Steam, right? Just like Trash Flicks has evolved into this monster that no one's going to be able to kill, that doesn't even deserve to be alive. Oh my God, I hate Netflix. Netflix is something I will never understand. Like, how it's worth so much money is absolutely incredible. And it just goes to show the power that the consumer holds. Like, Netflix doesn't hold any weight, except for some reason everybody's willing to pay their $30 or whatever a month. And if that's all it takes to be a juggernaut of that size, is $30 a month from people, super duper tangible, right? I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility at all. Is it going to be easy? No, by no means. But could GameStop do their own original series? Sure, it's just money. Like, they themselves don't have to be responsible for creating that show. Just like, Amazon original series or whatever, or a Netflix original series. It's not Ryan or the GameStop employees that are going to be the actors, but it's the money that hires the correct people and facilitates the entire thing, right? And then they take that product which they invested in, and then upsell it to the consumer, if you will, right? And I think there's probably lots like that I don't necessarily see or comprehend, I guess, right? But the runway is important, right? Like, Netflix's startup until now was years and years and years, like 20 years, right? So, and Steam's, kind of entry to juggernaut of now is, again, 20 years. So I know we all want our cake and we want our ice cream, and we'd like to eat all that too, but it's going to be a very long process. An infinity price is accompanied by an eternity hold, right? That infinity squeeze is and has to be accompanied by an eternity hold. You're not going to get one without the other, right? So it's really important to take advantage of the current day and setup, right? Because I know a lot of people are saying, oh, I'm not going to scalp around my core position, right? Even if it's just a small, maybe 10%. They say, no, I'm going to wait and sell GameStop when it hits $2,000 a share or 20, whatever they're, throwing out objectively, which is also its own problem. And then they're missing the opportunity in the now. They're missing the opportunity in the tomorrow because, they just throw this thing way out into the future that, that's the thing. And that's okay, but those people need to realize that that thing that they're waiting for is an eternity away down the road, right? So, if you want to be a winner today, you're going to have to do something about it today and again tomorrow and so on and so forth, right? And, it's a lot of earning reports between now and then, right? Every 3 months, you're going to get another earnings report, another really good opportunity to make money. Buy GameStop U. Yeah, maybe on a low. I don't think I'd be buying it at a 24. I'd be buying it at a 20. Absolutely, sure, that's great. You really want to avoid the leveraged funds if you're not on the bottom trend line. You don't want to be buying in on something that can 2x your losses as it retraces to the bottom trend line, right? That's very, very bad. However, if you do get a chance to load up on a low, then those leveraged funds are going to be the bee's knees, right? Does this not work? No, it works here. It's only $12. We'll fly over 20 in no time. Interesting. I don't have much to say about that. You can treat it like poor man options, right? But you still got to realize that there's a lot of risk to that position unless you're buying it on its low and an entry model, right? I do like it, but it's a sharp knife, so you got to be aware of that. The market refusing to reclaim the 200 basically all afternoon, just reject, 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 reject. It's not going to last forever. Like eventually it will break down because it's obviously not reclaiming. Hello. What's the name of the colorful volume indicator? Volume metrics and units and market cap. Or sorry, volume metrics with units and market cap. Right here. Created by yours truly. 1,800 views. Oh my God. 50 likes. I give you a breakdown of how to use it as well, how I use it. Yeah, this is a good one. And that's going to give you your market cap, your 30-day, your current, your 30-day average bar, and your current bar. Because I'm a momentum trader. I trade on volume. So it's important for me to actively track that volume in real time without having to, what's this bar like? You know what I mean? And then on my histogram, I've got a 20 bar average on it. Market looks cooked. Does not bode well for GameStop this afternoon. If you have not scaled out, oh boy, I definitely would be thinking about doing that. Now, one of the benefits of having already locked in our profits is the psychology of remaining in the trade is I don't care what happens this afternoon on my runners, right? I'll maybe reduce size one more time and then hold those lottos through the call. Of course, we can hold all of our remaining through the call and still come out green. Yeah, what's the spread on that even? And that's something to understand. Let me just pull up a level 1. GME EU. Oh no, the spread's fine. It's only 1 cent. 12.10 and 12.12, 2 cents now. That's okay. It's when this, the spread becomes like a percentage, and it's like you open a position on the ask, right? But now the bid is down, 10+%, and it takes a lot to come back from that. If it's, a cent or two, I don't mind that though. And that's got good size, like, that's 600 shares on the bid, 500 on the bid, 600 on the ask. So that's liquid enough for me personally. I don't mind that. However, I do mind buying it any time that we're not on a trend low. GMEU has an options chain? What? I didn't even realize. Yeah, so this is exactly what I'm talking about. The bid is 90 cents and the ask is 120. So if you want to open this position, you got to buy at 120. And then your option to sell the position is as soon as you've opened it down to 90. Oh my, how do you participate in this environment? You cannot. There's also zero open interest in any of this. I don't think you would ever want to play options here. That's fucking wild. The open interest is like 8. You'll never get a fill. If you're selling these to someone, I guess. It just seems so crazy to me. I don't think that's something you would ever participate in. One moment, I'll be right back. Uh-oh. What'd you guys do? I leave you guys alone for 1 minute, and this is what you do to me? Ay, ay, ay. So we're kind of losing that key level we talked about, right? And I'm a little off on my box, but you'll see we have this bearish breaker block now. That's not good. That is not good. Specifically for us, because we're trying to get, these contracts to improve on their price. Okay, so we're going to have a coffee, and we're going to pull up Target. We're going to pull up Walmart. We're going to pull up Best Buy, and we are going to look at their operating losses. That is good. That's a good coffee. You're going to want to get one of those for yourself. I'm certain of it. You mentioned Bonk a while back. What are your thoughts on the move today? The crypto coin? Bonk. I don't know what that is. There is a crypto coin called Bonk, though, isn't there? I don't think I have an opinion on Bonk. I don't know what that is. Bitcoin Capital? I have no idea what that is. And I've never once talked about this cryptocurrency, I don't think. It's doing well for itself. I'm not a crypto kid. I do not like crypto. The last crypto I was trading was Dog with Hat, which is also doing pretty good for itself. Off of its low, never mind. Is Bonk like that too? Yes. Yeah, I do not trade crypto. Not into it. If you want to look at Bitcoin or Ethereum, sure. Solana, maybe. If you like to, I like the meme stuff, then you go there, but I have zero interest and will always have zero interest in the majority of crypto, and even Bitcoin and Ethereum. I'm just like, I'd rather other things. But if I'm misinterpreting that and you're some other bonk, I don't know. BNKK. Oh, that was moving today. Yeah, it had a massive sell-off today. But that's probably just day trading this the other day, right? I think this would have been the day here. And that's just the volume. I'm a momentum trader. I hunt volume. So if, how much volume was here? 350 million in comparison to its 1 million days. That's the whole thing. That's how I trade. Where was the volume? Here. And this was, I think, a loser. Oh, no, I think maybe we did really good on this, actually. Yeah, so, I chase the volume, and when there's a volume anomaly, I like to get in on it. Penny stocks I absolutely hate, though. I do not like penny stocks. But volume is volume. And that's, I don't get attached to any of these. Everything is dog shit. The whole market is dog shit except for GameStop. Like, even though there might be opportunity here, or yesterday, CTXY was the big move yesterday, right? Well, what's happening to it today? It's eating shit, So even though we had a massive run and we had a lot of volume to play on the front side of it, there's still just so many sellers, and the sellers take control, and no one's willing to buy it up here anymore. And, it's just back to being a trash stock like it was before. And, like, you guys know, how hard it is to overcome the market. You have to be a perfect company like GameStop to overcome that negative sentiment. Because I know a lot, it's just GameStop being shorted into oblivion. Well, it's actually everything. And we've seen how hard it is to overcome that, right? It takes years to overcome that. So, logic dictates that the majority of other things experiencing seller boxing, they're not going to overcome it. And that's where that volume comes from, right? A lot of that volume is because a company is being seller boxed, and then, they're just rinsing out their shorts, and then you get a massive event where it spikes up. They're re-entering on the high, because they are watching and they know when the buyers are running out, right? And they are the buyers as well. It makes it even easier. It's easy to flip the hedge back downwards, and that's seller boxing, right? Like, let's look at AMC. It's as simple as that. One day, every single pop is dropped down harder than the last for a long time. Every pop has a lower low. Even this one, massive pop. And then what's this? A lower low than it was. Massive pop, lower low. It's, pop, lower low, pop, lower low, pop, lower low. Like, everything does that. So, you want to play the volume, play the pops. Great. They're going to be everywhere. But never, ever get attached to anything that's not long-term. Speaking of potential long-term, though, IRBT. Is this a turnaround? Can this reclaim the 200? Can this set a reversal with a key level breakout into the future? Kind of like a bankruptcy name that could get government bailout. I don't know. It's GameStop day. What are we talking about these other companies for? Get this kid off the TV. This isn't my ticker. All right, GameStop is back. Many apologies. Yeah, I mean, winners always win, though. I'm not, a fan of it. I think Ryan stated that really well. Where ultimately people aren't smart enough to find someone to bet on their success. So they just bet on their failure because it's a much easier trade because the majority of people fail. I'm sorry, that's fucked up, but not everybody succeeds. And once you know those odds that, things happen in life and people fall off and fail at their goals and stuff, like, well, you take the odd, you take the sure bet, and the sure bet is down. For a lot of companies, obviously not all of them, but it's much harder to find someone who's going to knock it out of the park. Cohen is CEO. I mean, probably not. But I don't think we get a straight up acquisition or him on any other boards. That would be wild. I think we get GameStop taking a stake in a company, right? Maybe like a 15 or 20% stake in a company. I think that's where we go. I don't think it's acquisitions because that's like a lot to, you're merging shareholder value at that point. It becomes messy. Like, you have to compensate the other company's shareholders, and it's a volatile thing. I think if we were just to take a stake in, a specific set of companies, that would be really good. Or just continue to, maybe look at an equity fund. Whatever happened, at some point it showed GameStop buying like billions of dollars worth of JP Morgan fund. Whatever came of that. I'm pretty sure it just disappeared and we're still in treasury bills. That was strange. Because we definitely got that filing. Right? That's listed GameStop as a majority holder of the JP Morgan fund. We should look that up one day. Acquisition's pretty risky. Yeah, it's crazy we agree on that. A stake, though, a stake in a company, I think that's pretty good. Specifically if they were positioned to experience growth. His name is Gary Cohen? Shit, you just can't get away from these guys. I'm not that tuned into the company. I don't know who's leading the show over there. I'm just, we've seen the robotic names really start moving off of the executive order the other week. So whether or not those continue, I'm pretty sure, right? But it's going to be finding the right robotics company, right? One that's not already too big, that can really see some growth. Like, obviously, there are robotic companies that are massive, like HON, for example, it comes to mind. Go to our iDefender here. HON, what is this? 121 billion market cap, right? And this is going to see less price improvement than, say, well, not even that, but let's say Kit, right? 7 million. So this has a lot of room to grow in comparison to something that's already really big in the sector. So it's going to be about finding the right one, because you go too small and it might not see the price improvement because it's not, doing enough business. But you go too big and it doesn't really see much price improvement because it's already so inflated. They're all getting up there. Like, they're definitely growing. The future's pretty cool though. Like, I'm into technology. Like, I like the robots. I think that's the coolest thing. That's been basically my entire investment thesis since I seen iRobot as a kid, right? Like, I was, young. iRobot came out and I was just like, this is it. This is the future. KITT, yeah, it's like a sea-based exploration robotics. And then, we have Operation Southern Spear, where they're using or saying that they're going to use robotics in the Caribbean to try to curb the drug trafficking, I guess. I don't really know the specifics of that, but, I can see Kit, small market cap, in the right sector, at potentially the right time. We had a nice run the other day off that news, but these things are slow. They're pretty volatile, but I do expect robotics to squeeze into next year. But that's a whole other thing, right? Like, that's not what we're here for today. We'll be celebrating GameStop earnings all day long. So I'm just having my coffee, and then we're going to get into GameStop's competitors, Best Buy, Walmart, Target, and we're going to be looking at our operating income and loss. Sorry, operating margin. This is what we want to be looking at to see if the competitors are operating at a loss the whole year, right? Because that's, the stigma in retail companies, that they operate in the red all year. Then Black Friday hits, and then, they sell so much stuff for Christmas that they're back in the black, right? But not GameStop. GameStop would appear to be in the black all year long, moving forward, of course, not of quarters past, but maybe quarters moving forward. Excuse me. And so we're going to look at the competitors to confirm that GameStop is an anomaly among them, and that should strengthen our conviction heading into next earnings, which is a Q4, which we are, if we're beating Q4 numbers now during the slow season, what are we going to do during the busy season, right? So that should be exciting. moving forward, GameStop wants that reversal. It doesn't want to die, but at the end of the day, this is still a pretty clear downtrend that we're going to want to break above. Okay, so let's just have chatbot do it, and then I can drink my coffee while it does it. All right? Thank you. Okay, back to my coffee. An important part of trading GameStop is your caffeine consumption. If it's too low, you're obviously not going to have success. Too high, you're probably also not going to have success. I'm just kidding. It could never be too high. I do honestly expect some bullish flow into the end of the day. There's just no way we trade sideways the day before earnings. That's crazy to me. But, we are obviously having it happen in front of our eyes. So that is what it is. What is our volume today? 3.37 million. Open up a couple expiries for us to look at. Yeah, this could take some time. The only downside, like we're talking a little bit about GMEU, is I don't think that that's going to help move the stock price like we can with the options chain, right? You can buy a bulk at the money, just out of the money options and force a bit of a low-level gamma ramp. But I don't think you can do that on GMEU. So I think that is probably a big difference there. It's the fund is good if you're on low trend line. You want to go long. You don't want to pay for theta. But I don't think you're going to have as much of an effect on the underlying price as if you were to be directing that liquidity, just out of the money or at the money on the options chain. Which, again, if you're just, I don't have enough to matter, but it's the collective, and it's when everybody starts doing it in unison that it's really going to make a difference, right? Maybe if GameStop breaks 100, I can finally get a haircut. I've been holding off. It's been Mullet Town since, and it's kind of getting bad. Might have to get a ponytail soon. I'm gonna look like Kitty. Did you see that guy's hair? That is majestic. That's like the GameStop thing, though. Like, you have to wait so long. You don't realize, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, I have a full head of hair. I was bald when I started this. Actually, that would be, if you could reverse age. Then that would be the second most powerful feeling in the world. To holding GameStop shares, of course. Right, that's got to be number one. Still 2 hours left. Let's check in on the children here. See how they're doing today. Bullish. Yeah, I'm sure all of these out of the money calls are bullish. Again, You know, it's so stupid. Like, what is this attitude? God damn, bro. Do these people not realize that it takes two to tango? If there were no shorts, there would be no opportunity. And then, therefore, no gains. You know? At a Red Sox game? Oh, no. You know what that means? That's basically it, right? That's what level these people go to. See, now I appreciate GameStop short sellers. I'm on the let them short side of things, right? I agree with Ryan. The more shorts there are, the more squeezing that we can do. So get after it, boys. You know, short that shit. I heard GameStop earnings were going to be bearish tonight. Right? We got to start writing articles to trick the shorts like they do to trick, the dummy retail. Right? Oh, yeah. GameStop posed for a massive drop in earnings tonight. I mean, obviously, how could they compete with their last earnings? There's no way they can hold that level of excellence. It just makes sense. Honestly, retail could be such a menace. It's not even funny if they want it to be. Y'all are pretty kind, though, so that's all right. Well, that's literally the scam they run, right? So why wouldn't you do it back to them? Not that they would ever fall for it, but adjusted. I thought that meant assigned. I was like, what? You better not be getting assigned. My bad. False alarm. Yeah, not trillions, but I think people would be surprised just at how much money the masses have. Because you got to realize that all of your money is what feeds them, right? So in reality, as far as like active liquidity goes, retail is more powerful than I think they'll understand ever. Just because someone is worth trillions doesn't necessarily mean they have the ability to move that money around appropriately. So they may have more saved up, right? Stored away. But I think the masses are actively, for the most part, more liquid. Like, the game is them taking your money. Absolutely. Yeah, but for them, like, they can't actually. It's all funny money, basically. Like, so much of that money is reinvested in the system that if they were to close out for liquidity, right? They want the cash or to move it around or whatever. Uh, just the market couldn't handle the sells. So like, just like GameStop can't handle the buys on a short squeeze because it would blast it into thousands of dollars or whatever. so can these other stocks not withstand the sells because it'll just melt the order book, and then every share you sell is worth less than the last one you sold as it continues to chop it down. So they're basically trapped in the market if they want to remain as wealthy as they appear to be on paper, because if they do actually want to exit and take that wealth from being on paper to like tangibility, it's gonna get cut in half or more. Who knows, right? Like, and no one's willing to take that hit, right? So it's kind of like a prisoner's dilemma, I guess. Well, and that's just it. With the work without the worker, what good is the employer, right? Like, again, probably just a weird, skewed outlook of mine, but yeah, you really do need to skim off the top. I agree there. Do you think everybody will sell directly after earnings spike? Yes. Asking as a 2440 bag holder. Yeah, but you're not exposed to any downside. So like the sell-off is going to be A, limited, and B, not really matter if you're holding common shares. The sell-off hurts if you're in options because your Greeks get absolutely murdered and the value of your option evaporates. But if you're a shareholder, so let's say we spike to 25, right? Let's do a little thought exercise. Or even I'll go to the 1 day because I do have let's say we spike up to 24 and then we even go up to 24.4, right? Let's say we get into this area where we're retesting 24.5, even, let's call it. What's the point of scaling out at 24.5 when you only come back down to 23.9, right? You would rather, I think at that point, you just would be chilling and be like, oh my God, GameStop had a great earnings 2 quarters in a row on slow quarters. It's over. Like, shorts are cooked. All I need to do is compound this, right? And then just chill out, because if earnings are as good as we suspect them to be, it shouldn't be the end. It's going to pop up. It's going to sell off a bit, and then we should probably get a run. But if anyone's in options, it's important to scale out and reposition. But if you're just in commons, is it worth the risk to scale out at 24.5 if you're buying in at 23.9? Like, who cares about 50 cents when we're looking for $70 on our shares, as an example, right? Like, that 40 cents risk is, not necessarily relevant at that point. However, I do think it's good to scalp around your core position, right? So if you wanted to practice, even though there's not a lot of room here, right? There's, it's running to 24 to retrace to 24 is not like running to 30 to retrace to 25, for example, right? So if you're in shares, I think you could probably just hold on, because next quarter is going to be even better than this one because it's the holiday quarter. And then furthermore, the Power Packs has had time to fully launch, hopefully at this point, and that revenue becomes stable, right, as they onboard more people and size up or expand, right? So I think, common shares, I'm chilling, right? Of course, when the volume hits, that's when you really want to be looking at your common shares, right? We've got a 20 million, 100 million volume day. Then we want to be like, okay, maybe I should start to scale out so I can, average back in at a lower price in maybe a week or two, right? But that's going to come with the volume. That's not necessarily going to come with the price. The price is a side effect of the volume when those things happen. So it's really hard to say where we gap up to, because I'm pretty sure we're going to gap up. But then again, I'm pretty sure we do sell off as people are going to take profits. The market maker is going to de-hedge the chain because those profits are, the options are being sold. So now they can drop the hedge, which should be a sell-off. So, we talked about this here. So earnings was really good right here, right? We gapped up. This was, okay, we're going into earnings. After hours, earnings hit, boom, massive gap up. And then it starts to sell off in pre-market even, right? Which is what makes the warrants really nice. And then the market opens, and then it sells off even more. But what happens after that? It is good earnings, so we do get a run. But the thing is that if you were holding options, this day is going to kill out any of these gains to the point where you're barely getting break even as to what you were here, right? So you'd want to cut everything, take your profits, which is what causes them to de-hedge, and then people reposition, and then they immediately have to re-hedge up. But it's still going to take place, even though it happens quite quickly, right? Like it is one day that this is all happening, basically. And so if you held commons, what's the point of selling at 24.8 just to buy in at 24, right? And you don't know that goes that far. Like, we never do. Hindsight's 2020. When you could just wait a couple days to capitalize on an actual earnings run, not a pre-run up, but a post-run based on really good numbers, which I'm certain that we're going to have. I don't want to be blowing hot air here, but if we even get close to this number, goddamn, all of the confidence that you've had in GameStop can no longer be invalidated, right? You were not wrong. If this number repeats, you were 100% right to be confident in Ryan and GameStop. You did it. Now it just becomes a matter of holding on to it and seeing how long you can compound it, and then taking that revenue and trying to magnify it maybe with, an acquisition or whatever it happens to be. I don't know, probably just a stake, but maybe a share buyback, additional ways to strengthen the balance sheet, right? At which point I'm not entirely certain that, being scared of a retracement on your common shares is worthwhile. Of course, if it's your options, you still need to act responsible because, the IV crush, which is happening even though we go up later, is still going to murder your contract, right? So you could have sold your contracts here, say for $1, or you could have waited to open it up and, okay, it's at $1.40, but at the end of the day, it's down to, 90 cents, 80 cents, which is less than you could have sold it for earlier because this is a down day, right? Even though the price is higher, the momentum was down, which slays your contracts, right? Very, very bad. So again, options, I think, definitely scale out, take those profits at open on the runners if you do hold them. Reposition yourself with leaps on that low if you want, or maybe they don't have to be leaps, but quarterlies, something with a little bit more time that's going to give you weeks to kind of reassess the situation, right? Or just commons, right? Or just take those profits and load them back into commons. Simple as that, right? It doesn't have to be complex with options all the time. You can wait until we get a really clear entry model to do the options at the higher risk plays, of course. Yeah, the post-warrant or the post-earnings run for the warrant distribution, absolutely. That is not incorrect. That is 100% right. And then distribution date hit, and we bled off, which we did suspect. But we were like, okay, maybe not, because they're not in the money, right? They're still out of the money. But it acted just like any other dividend where, you run into the distribution date and then it's a massive sell-off because people treated it just like a dividend, which it essentially is for anyone who's not looking to exercise them, right? But that could happen again, and it's not solely attributed to the dividend. I would also attribute this run to the massive earnings beat that we had, right? So we're looking at the earnings beat, and we're going to be looking at the current plus non-current operating leases to see what that is like on the quarter. How much fat are you trimming, right? Because obviously we do want to get rid of anything unnecessary. That's really good. Closing, there's way too many stores, but then still maintaining the total net sales, right? And that's going to give us a massively improved SG&A, right? So we're spending less money to make a dollar, basically. It's going to be interesting. I'm happy to hold on and see. Did you guys look into the Game Boy clone by Palmer Lucky? He hosts his GameStop, might be the retailer. With the mod retro, right? And then the games they're making, I think, is actually a little bit more curious. I don't think that it's generating a lot of revenue, though. Is it going to make Palmer rich? Yeah, sure, great. And does it make a lot of fan people happy? Yeah. But there's a difference between making $1 million for one dude, or converting $50 million per quarter for the rest of time, right? Like, I don't think they're selling that many Game Boys. No offense. I think it's awesome. I think it's really cool. I think they should do a limited edition, or better yet, a blind box of them. So you buy your Game Boy, but it's like a random edition with a like a skin, or like the aesthetics are unique, right? Maybe a numbered. Maybe they all look the same, but they're numbered. There's only 999 of them, and each of them has the number engraved on it nicely in a plate, and these limited edition or blind box variants of a product that is already seeing success can sell for 10x the price while still costing the same amount to manufacture. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. So the Game Boys are cool, but I don't know how many of them they're selling. However, it could be the groundwork for the future, which we don't clearly see yet. For example, GameStop opens an indie game publishing house, right? Where they're making more games like Buck the Bunny and the Cursed Cartridge, which is pretty good. That's not bad, right? And then you have a pretty loyal audience that would be willing to participate, and maybe through that you can open a digital storefront similar to Steam to start selling some of these games, or maybe you do sell them on Steam, right? There's a lot of potential for GameStop, right? We just want to be careful that we're not burning our cash pile like we did with Bitcoin. But that'll come back, right? It's better to have burnt cash on Bitcoin than an NFT storefront, because the Bitcoin will come back. That NFT storefront, it ain't ever coming back, right? That money is gone. The Bitcoin money, could be sold just for a small loss, not an entirety of it. And B, is most likely just going to come back in the future, so you can just hold it, right? So it's the risk is a lot lower there. So as long as we don't fuck up, things look pretty good, right? And Ryan is doing his best, and through the the caution of it, right? The slowness to act, scared money Cohen, is what people call him, right? He's exposing himself to more potential opportunities because opportunities come on a timeline, and the cash is your runway. So the longer you can sit on your cash, the more opportunities that you can assess throughout the progress of that runway. And look for the right one, right? One that's going to really help us, because it may not be the first one, it may not be the 10th one, etc. But the more opportunities we can see, the more in accordance we can act to our core principles, right? So, for example, the Bitcoin purchase, right? We see that not necessarily work out for us, right? So we can file that upstairs and say, well, these crypto investments maybe aren't our best focus in comparison to maybe, and again, we don't know this, we don't have any data to necessarily compare it to, but the development of digital loot box structure for the power packs, right? So just like a day trader says, oh, I like this, I don't like that, so too will the company and their investment strategies, right? And the longer that they can expose themselves to that, the more knowledge they're curating, and the better decisions that they'll make in the future. So chilling out is not bad. It's not a bad thing. And I would expect to do more of it. I think it would be cool to just do limited runs of things, because then you can basically just jack your revenue at will, right? Which is something that we've seen other people do. Like Elon did that really successfully for some time. Like he sold, it was like the hats, and then he sold, I think something else, and then it was like the flamethrower. And all it takes is, like a little PR campaign with a limited edition product, and all of a sudden there's millions of people buying this $20 or $30 thing, and here goes another quarter, right? So it could be as simple as limited edition runs on things they're already selling, right? And that the physical power packs is a perfect example of that. But if we could do that also with other things, I think that'd be really cool. For example, the mod retros, something that they already have. They could be numbered, or they could have unique aesthetics. You just got to do it, right? We just need people to do it. You got to work to afford whiskey or whatever, right? I don't think that's what he said. Have another coffee, bud. How's our financial comparisons coming? All right, Best Buy is in the black all year. Very good. Walmart, also in the black all year. Target, black all year. So where's these? Yeah, let's see GameStop then. I've been fed a lie. Maybe this is adjusted, right? Do we have an adjusted number? I'm going to share this with it so it knows exactly what I'm looking for. 'Cause I feel like maybe it being adjusted changes it. All right, GameStop reclaiming VWAP. Let's try to break this downtrend. SPY is still taking a dump, really. Even look at Spotify. Spotify is a massive company that came out of nowhere. And what does Spotify do? Steal money from artists. That's why they make so much money. Which is also why I like the power packs, because companies make money who do not necessarily care about their clients a lot. I hate to be that guy. Look at Robinhood. They are making money hand over foot. And it's not by giving their, consumer a good deal, right? It's by juicing them, right? The power packs are the same way. So you see companies that maybe have a less than optimal moral stance towards business practices do really well for themselves. And that's always made me a little nervous with Ryan, is he seems like a really stand-up guy who's not into all that, right? And it's not great, but that's the reality of our world. Money isn't always where the good is at, right? So if we could, still get on the right side of that coin without necessarily compromising our personal morals as, individuals, Ryan, that's going to be great. Gazillion. Well, I don't think that many. How many available shares? 5.2. They're at 5.5. They've used almost nothing. How could they? There's no volume. So the thing about the sells or the shorts, right, is every sell you make walks the price down, just like every buy you make walks the price up, right? On the order book, as you remove it, and there are no more at that price, you got to move to the next price. You buy all those, you got to move to the next price, and so you keep getting fills, right? The sells work that way also. So typically, you're going to see that massive short volume on days where the volume or the price is quite high, right? Because they don't want to walk it down to the point where it's, a fantastic buy for longs, because now that's a ton of, pressure that they have to deal with. Specifically on these low volume days, like you start shorting GameStop on a low volume day, that is not going to be good. Because they're not able to open enough volume in those shorts to have it become viable on the walk back up. Like they'll get absolutely melted. It's really, really dangerous to be doing that on low volume. But you have it on high volume, you have a ton of buyers to absorb that. Get it, right? Because then you're not walking the price down like that. So like walking it down is, in theory, almost as dangerous as walking it up. And, they want to avoid that. It's not good to do. Yeah, I think Robinhood is fine. I mean, I get it. People don't like it. Shut off the buy button, but Vlad's a dick. No, I get that too. It's accessibility, right? Where else are you guys going? Webull? And then isn't it just the same story? Broker's a broker. None of them are acting in your best interest, I assure you. They're always going to protect themselves first and foremost. You kind of can, though. And it wasn't, it was, every buyer needs a seller, right? Or every sell needs a buy, right? So it's important to remember that the buy button was only turned off for you, right? Because you could still sell the stock. Your sell button wasn't turned off, but if your buy button was, who's buying the sell? So it was like a way for them to force the liquidity to them so the shorts could absorb it instead of having to compete with the buyers, right? And now we see the similar thing happen with the bonds, right? That's additional short side liquidity that they don't have to go to the open market to, get, which is walking the price up. So Robinhood, unfortunately, is getting quite good. Yeah, and it just comes down to convenience, honestly, and that's how you win the game. And I know that people like the Robinhood charts, and Webull has pretty good charts, I think, as well. But I'm a Canadian. I don't know what you guys are really working with down there. Look at your charts, bro. What are you working with up there? This is the question. What do you mean? These are top of the line graphics. They're all the same. A broker's a broker, like, for the most part, I guess. If you get into like a what is it, T212 or something, like, there is definitely some sketchy brokers you want to avoid. But is Robinhood comparable to 212? Probably not. They're probably far better, right? Yeah, I have an embarrassingly large DRS position. Which unfortunately does not make me any money. What's wrong with 212? I like them. They are irreputable, at least for day traders. So they're it's like predatory business practices, I guess, if I really had to put a label on it. They have a history of holding people's money while they're in a position, just locking their position, and obviously the market still progresses whether or not their position's been locked or not. And this is really bad if you are a short side player, because now obviously there's a borrow fee associated with any locate, right? So even if you do short a stock successfully, now your position got locked up, and now you have had your profits eaten away through borrow fees. Just one example, like, they don't have enough liquidity to float things, so there's a lot of disruptions, like the buy buttons being shut off, or specific stocks being restricted. You're in their ISA, never had any issues. Yeah, and you may not have any issues, honestly, and that's really good, right? But you hear these horror stories about these smaller brokers, and it's one of them. You're in the UK. Interactive Brokers is a pretty decent international option, right? A decently the comprehensive user interface. Like, there's a lot of data and customizability there. But Interactive Brokers also, and this is probably for your best interest, it's going to restrict a lot of stocks as well, just because they're not willing to onboard the risk. For example, a lot of Hong Kong stocks have been moving a lot recently, and everybody on Interactive Brokers has just been, I can't get a buy, whatever. But these companies that are moving you don't want to be involved with them, right? So it's like they are basically protecting the client, which is really good, even though it may be frustrating to them. I think 212 is one of the biggest for the EU. Interactive Brokers, the parent company of it. Oh, okay. Interesting. I did not know that. When like I used 212, honestly, probably 15 years ago, a long, long time, maybe 20. Like I was just out of school and was at my operating job, and I would always play on 212. Those are the days. And then I took a break from that for some time. And then just was like long term. What was that company's name? Investors Group, which is super basic name, but pretty decent investment company here in Canada at least. And I did super well on Google. And then GameStop happened, and I had a friend tell me about it who's like chronically online. Then got involved, and I've been here ever since. How come I couldn't buy Berkshire? Yeah, you'll never get a fill on that. You gotta remember the volume is important, right? And I don't know if like Berkshire volume is like sub 10, right? Like what's the average volume on that? I don't even know. I'm gonna look at it, but now that's in a liquid stock, and it's it's an investment vehicle. It's not necessarily something that trades, right? Even though it's on the market trading, it's no one's buying and selling Berkshire shares. They're just bought and held. So that day that it dipped, A, was probably just a data, glitch, but B, even if there was a fill, it would have been on one volume or something, right? Like, break of structure, higher high. SPY still looking really weak. Should we maybe play some dailies like we did yesterday? Those calls went from $2 to 75. And we're having that same pattern, Afternoon sell-off, turbo rip back. Afternoon sell-off, turbo rip back. Wouldn't that be curious? 3 days in a row. That day will come for GameStop. Which day is that? The Berkshire days? Yeah. Man, when I'm fucking 100, I'll be dead before we're at Berkshire level, bro. For my kids, maybe. And the way I've been progressing, man, I gotta get on that. I'm aging out. I've been too focused on my GameStop calls. Today is the day. Could you imagine Ryan announces a stake in like not only one, but like a handful of companies? Like I would have to leave the room for a moment. No, we'd be celebrating then. We would be celebrating then. Well, I'm mostly curious to see what Burry's got to say, right? Like, I understand Ryan is timid and probably not going to act on anything, but specifically since the Bitcoin thing blew up in our face. Thank God for power packs. They're going to use that against us this afternoon, 100%. Oh, he loves it. No, he couldn't care less. Honestly, he could not care less. But that's fine. Not everyone. He's a musician, right? He's not monetary focused in life whatsoever, right? Notice the volume drop off during GameStop earnings last summer. Well, that's just typical summer though. Like everybody goes on vacation in the summer, so volume drops off market wide. So I don't think that's uncommon. That's probably, not just GameStop. That's probably the whole market. I mean, what volume here in September was low volume into earnings? Maybe in March was low volume into earnings. The summer was high volume into earnings. That was a nice average increase here. This is kind of low volume last September too. Yeah, so earnings dip and then rip, or earnings rip, dip, then rip. Either way, I'm proud of GameStop. Like, I think that this turnaround is not as easy as it would appear to be on the outside, because there were so many potential paths or decisions that could have been made that didn't end in this outcome, right? Example, how many people were upset that Ryan didn't YOLO more into, you're talking about Berkshire's volume. There were so many people who were upset that Ryan didn't put more of the cash into crypto, right? And those decisions are bountiful. There are a lot of wrong decisions to make, and a few right decisions. So the fact that we have been able to avoid those pitfalls and, get lucky like we have is, we had a moonshot, and now we just had, basically that confirmation or refueling of it at this point. Like, it's aggressive. So the turnaround is complete, right? But it's not priced in. That's the thing, right? We can tell that the turnaround is complete. We know that. We know that these fucking power packs are still selling like hotcakes. Lunar packs sold out, This isn't going anywhere. This is going to stay here, at least for the time being, in the short-term future that we can see, which is a confirmation of GameStop's turnaround being successful. And that's not priced in yet, right? We have not priced that in yet, in my opinion. So I'm curious to where the market is finding fair value off of this new information that we're going to get later today, which of course we are aware of because we're on the pulse, right? We're on, we go on the PSA Power Packs Reddit here, and we're looking, we're aware. We understand that people are just pouring money into this day after day. And even though people post a lot of winners, that means there's 10 times more losers than you see winners as far as volume goes, right? Because the rates are listed right on the site. You're not up converting. Like, every dollar you spend, you might get 80 cents back, right? It's no different than a slot machine. Rather than, it is because the odds are listed for you, but people are dumping cash in, and they're recycling that cash back. And GameStop is just like siphoning it away like a vampire, which is immoral business practices. But at the end of the day, that's really the only way to make money. So here we are, right? You got to prey upon thy consumer if you want to beat quarterly returns anyways. Just like Robinhood does, right? It's payment for order flow, and, we're boning the consumer, but look, we're making buco bucks doing it. So, it is what it is. Could be worse things, though. There's worse things than selling people Pokemon cards at a rate that they understand ahead of time, right? Selling sugar, for example, is not great. Probably not super moral business practice there either. Pumping your product full of sugar so, the consumer gets addicted to it, etc. Like, there's a lot of shady shit, that's not necessarily above board. Buyer beware, though, right? Consumer is the one that ultimately gets to make that choice as an individual, whether they participate or not. And if they want to, that is on them. So it's kind of a weird spot for us, I feel like. I know other people are very happy about that. They're like, be more predatory, GameStop. Raise your prices, right? I think a lot of people involved in this, though, are they're of the other breed, right? You get lions and lambs, and I think there's a lot of lambs involved with GameStop. Not to be disrespectful of you guys, you make a great coat. You ever have a lambskin coat? It's the softest. But is he skin? I'm just kidding. It puts the lotion on the skin, or else it gets the hose again. Oh my god, that's actually a movie that makes me uncomfortable to watch. I cannot watch Red Dragon or whatever those movies are. The Hannibal Lecter series, like, no, thank you. Man, oh man. And you see Ryan too. He's like, he doesn't even like Call of Duty. He's like, it's too violent. I just want to play Mario Kart, man. I get that. I feel that way a little bit. Except I love Battlefield 6. I've been playing so much Battlefield 6. I might get put onto a pro team. I've been playing so much Battlefield. Top of the leaderboard every single game. It's ridiculous. Similarly to my GameStop calls, right? Very, very high quality. Speaking of those calls, how are we doing? We've not really checked in on anything. I mean, we're monitoring the chain here in real time, but if anyone was in with us, I gave clear game plan. First, I talked about what I was going to do. Then I did it and showed you that I did it in real time. I was like, oh, I'm going to do this upcoming, right? This is my plan. Then I executed the plan and shared that in real time, at which point I've been updating and managing it in real time for everyone with an exit strategy, so you don't get left holding the bag, which I know a lot of people do with options. Couldn't be happier for how the channel is starting, right? Could not be happier to, get people some nice percentage gains here, and, hopefully that's something that you can start to compound upon, right? And then we become the GameStop earnings guru or something silly. Maybe get some more views, build the community, and help direct liquidity in an appropriate manner. Not out of the money calls that are expiring worthless, but in the money calls. At least when we're looking for a bullish movement. If things look bearish as a community, we're going to sell some covered calls. That's fine. But we don't need Superstock to sell those calls. Like, we don't have to get on there and be like, hey, everybody gets so excited about the stock, when in reality it's just us selling them those calls. That's not my game. That's not my play style. I don't need a loser to be a winner, right? Like, I don't need to engineer someone else losing to ensure that I win, right, ahead of time. Right? I don't have to slash someone's tires to win a race. I understand that my car is just better. I'm gonna smoke you. So, we can just be excellent instead and not have to prey upon anyone. I do have a link, yeah. This will take you to my link tree. I'm a Magic the Gathering content creator. I don't know if you know this. I'm also Hello Good Game, right? This is how I got my start. 50,000 subs, 2.6 thousand videos. Yeah, I've uploaded a couple videos to YouTube, So we've been here a really, really long time. Videos, go to oldest. 6 years. I've been here for 6 years. Look at this little baby. Who's this baby boy down here? A long time we've been here, right? Playing Magic the Gathering. And, it's good. I'd rather trade GameStop, though. GameStop's a lot of fun. Yeah, leave a like. I'm on Twitch as well, right? Every day. We listen to music on Twitch. We watch movies on Twitch, play games. The stuff we can't get away with here on YouTube. I do my live trading, basically, on Twitch as well. If you're a GameStop holder, though, be aware you're probably not going to see that on screen a lot. I am also checking up on it always, but I'm trading momentum movers like NCPL was today. We were in NCPL this morning, bright and early, right? And where do we have here? Well, first we have a false set, which is brutal, right? Here's your reversal. Here's your key level breakout. Here's your entry, but then you get stopped out. Okay, didn't work, but we still like it. It still has. Look at the current day volume, 24.75 million, but the 30-day average is only 9 million. So the relative volume here is quite high. Even if I go 1 day, because I don't think that's correct. Current day, yes, okay, that is incorrect. Current day volume, 266 million. The 30-day average is 10 million. So you see the discrepancy there. The relative volume here is like 20 plus, right? So this morning, because it's got the volume profile that we like, it's got a low market cap that we like. Here's our reversal signal right here. Here's our key level breakout. It holds the 200, then breaks VWAP, then holds VWAP. Could not have better entries here. Furthermore, it held VWAP one more time. Crazy. We were in this at like 90 cents, and it went up to $1.20. Or sorry, $1.90, pardon me. So we're doing stuff like this on the Twitch stream, which I know is not what you're here for. So I'm not even going to talk about it other than that. And it's that day trading that I do every single day that allows me to trade confidently within GameStop to do things like this for all of you, right? So as much as you may hate me talking about anything else, like, oh, there's an entry model on a high relative volume stock that's not GameStop, I understand. I see the faces going red, steam's coming out. But just, if you ever do make money off my calls, just be grateful that I do that, because that is why I'm able to provide for all of you, right? It's the work on the back end that you might not necessarily see, which comes full circle because it's GameStop's original squeeze that has taught me how to trade other stocks based upon that volume imbalance that takes place, which is neat. It's very, very neat. And around we go, right? All right, how much time do we have left? 1 hour. We are approaching power hour. Low volume walk up, which we should have literally probably had all day, but it is what it is. The weekly 23s at 134 from our 99 ads, 101 ads. My apologies. And, I think you could lotto some 24s in if you wanted to. Probably not the smartest thing, but if you had profits already and you wanted to maybe give a little bit of them back, I don't think 24s are a terrible idea. You'll probably do all right. But it becomes a question of, do we gap up far enough to survive a pre-market sell down, right? Because we're going to gap up after hours. And then tomorrow morning, we'll probably move up a little bit more. But then it's at some point tomorrow morning, it's going to start selling down into open before you're able to sell your options, right? So, would you still be above 24 at that point? I think your odds are pretty good. I'll probably just hold my remaining exposure, and that's the whole reason we do that. The whole reason we're in early, scaling out our profits so we can avoid the FOMO. XRP, I couldn't care less. I do not care about crypto. Literally at all. I'm embarrassed that I even know what that is. And if I were you, I would unsubscribe from the channel just for me knowing what XRP is. Right? Oh, man. I am not a crypto junkie. There are easier ways to make money. Holy moly. If these crypto kids ever learned how to day trade, they would not be happy with how they've spent their past. When GameStop squeezed years ago, the numbers were moving so fast. I pressed the buy and sell it as fast as I could and profit in the thousands. Just imagine if you had some patience. But that goes to show this the same thing, with us positioning early on, scaling out and holding runners. The risk and psychology to remain in that trade is far friendlier than I'm buying at an all-time high. Like, I just bought GameStop at 250, but I sold it at 300, and I just bought it at 330, and I'm going to try to sell it again. Like, the mentality of being in that trade, if it turns back against you at all, it's far different. So it definitely pays to be in early and then scale out, right? Instead of buy all, sell all, buy all, sell all. Like, you can still scalp around your core position, but it's really easy to onboard risk when you can avoid it if you're chasing like that. So just like, you could potentially buy 24s right now and profit. I don't think that's a terrible idea, but it is far higher risk than what we've already done and achieved for ourselves, right? And, successful traders are always looking to mitigate as much risk as possible, right? That's the name of the game, even more so than confirm profit. So I don't like the idea of buying and just selling, and then buying and selling. Sometimes I don't participate in things that are squeezing like that, right? Once a stock goes too high, I'm not a buyer anymore. So it's tough. Like, am I a buyer for GameStop right now? Yes. Am I buying GameStop at 70 or 100 or 200? Probably not anymore, right? Any world that you could stream on Kick for the day trades, like multi-streaming. I don't usually hang around with Twitch. Too many ads. Yeah, I guess. I have a Kick profile. I've just never been there. I seen like the crew that hangs out over there, and it's just like, these are bad people. These are not my people. But yeah, I could try set it up. I think it's easy enough. Just use ad blocker, and then there are no ads. You block Origin. Don't tell your friends this. Pardon my spelling. You're going to want to use Firefox, and you're going to want to use uBlock Origin, and you'll never experience another ad again. Furthermore, while we're on the note of being a pirate, block the spot. Don't tell anyone. Block the spot. Free Spotify. No ads. Download the newest one. Latest release, bro. Am I blind? I am blind. Just download and run. And that'll get you free Spotify, which is great. And then if you need TV, here's one called Yaps. You can get everything free for here. Or if you really want a nice one, Sign By is pretty decent as well. Looks just like Netflix, really. And has, the Netflix, the Prime, the Max, all of it for free. Arg! And if you need video games, then there is Fit Girl. All your favorite repacks available. Right? I live to serve. And then you can save all that money and buy more GameStop shares with it. Yeah. And not give to your billionaire overlords. That's kind of a fun thing to dodge as well. StreamWire. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of them. Kik gets a bad rap for sure, but I have a major ad aversion, and blocking ads on the phone isn't worth the squeeze. Yeah, okay. I don't use ad block on my phone. Yeah, or you spend it on subs, right? Donations. We have some people on Twitch that gift to the regulars so you can dodge ads. That is true. They're just itching for a newbie to show up. But yeah, you want my my PayPal? No, that's okay. Let me make you buco bucks first, though. Right? This isn't enough. Let's just focus on growing the community. Let's focus on making you guys money every single quarter and teaching you how to do it. So you don't even need to show up, right? So you're just like, I know exactly what to do and how to do it, right? Or when to do it. Because it's not hard. I assure you, if I can figure it out, your guys are going to be just fine. Like, I am not an impressive specimen whatsoever. Like, I'm very low on the food chain. Yeah, well, we've got that turned on for a reason. But I'm certain that those people are here too, so it just is what it is. There's some people online that may like you more than you like them. Gets a little weird, but it's okay, right? I still, just try to show up and be myself for everyone. That's the internet, though. There's some characters out here, right? It happens. So Twitch is like my safe space. Hey, Maya? Meow. All right, we have about 50 minutes left, and then we're going to hang out and wait for the earnings call. It could be a little bit. We'll probably get the numbers first. Pre-call. If there even is a call. Was there a call last time? I feel like there wasn't. Yeah, you got to put in the work to be a regular. Which, it's just... It'll happen naturally. Just hang out. Enjoy yourself, right? Have some fun. Try to be kind to others. I would appreciate that. Imagine, I hate Microsoft. Interesting. I love Microsoft. Not that big of a fan of Bill Gates, though. I heard he's been diddling kids. Which is not a good look, Billy. Oh my gosh. So yeah, maybe Linux is the way forward. I'd have to put some time in, though. I've actually never... Well, no, I have Ubuntu, I think, which is a form of Linux, right? On a Chromebook, I put a custom firmware on, or operating system. Which wasn't great. Well, I love Windows. I love my PC. My computer is my life. It is everything. It's like GameStop, my computer, your mom. Got him. Right? It's the Holy Trinity. The three things I cannot live without. Yeah, I've always been on my computer since a kid, and it's been a Windows machine, so I really like my computer. I would defend any operating system. I got to be polite here. I'll try not to make mom jokes. I'm sorry. Bad habit. You'll get more of those on Twitch, right? Mm, that's just like your opinion, though, dude. Insufferable? Untenable? How so? I get it, though. People age out and don't want to learn new things, right? Oh, security updates. On that note, I love Windows Defender. Windows Defender is so good. Like, in comparison to Norton, something like this, I like Windows Defender. I don't know, maybe it's just my bias, but it works. It's updated. It doesn't ruin your computer. Like a lot of these antiviruses, they scan your computer and it's like, well, there goes my computer for 4 hours. That's brutal. And it's just like humming away. It's like, oh my God. I'm sure the antivirus companies they're in cahoots with big energy, with big power. They're trying to sell you those kilowatt hours, man. It just works. It really does, yeah. 139 on those weeklies into close. Maybe IV clicking up a little bit. I don't know. Let's take a little peek-see. Yes, IV was at 60 this morning. We were kind of talking about that. 61 this morning. 65 earlier. We're up now. Would it make sense to sell after market on the earnings pump and then buy back on his dips down? I'm sure if this can be done on the same day. Trading restrictions or not. If you purchase the day before, you can sell on the buyback same day. I think it's how often you do. I don't think one buyback is going to get you flagged as a pattern trader. It's going to matter with your specific broker, though. It could be like a wash trade or something if you sell at a loss. But if you're taking profits and buying back in at a low, that should be fine. I like these little kitties. Those are cool. Yeah, we don't have that issue in Canada. My settlement is instantaneous. So it's like the T+2 or whatever. It's not something I've necessarily understood because I don't have an American account. But I know a lot of people they're having to wait for their funds to settle, right? But if I sell a stock, my funds are settled right instantaneous, which I appreciate. SteamOS is Linux. Interesting. And what about Microsoft and PlayStation? What are their operating systems? Are they proprietary or are they based on Linux also? I assumed SteamOS was proprietary. I didn't realize it was just Linux. I just discovered on Windows an application called Windows Power Toys. Very good. If you don't, Xbox is just Windows. I mean, that makes sense. What about PlayStation, though? Because I remember PlayStation OS was really good ever since the PS3, right? Like even the PSP had a really good operating system that was basically it. That's the last PlayStation product I had was a PSP, which I liked. My PlayStation Portable was pretty lit. Probably one of the best handhelds. Obviously, now I understand we have the Steam Deck and the Switch And even these new Windows machines are pretty cool. But for back in the day, going like I was on a Game Boy Advance, and I went from Game Boy Advance to PlayStation Portable. Just like what a world! I have like a PlayStation 2 in my hands. This is incredible. And that's basically what it was, you know, like a portable PlayStation 2. That might have been the peak of gaming. Thinking back, at least for me, nostalgia-wise, like, oh man. Well, let's get into, we were looking at this a little bit. GameStop, we've got a positive, negative, positive, negative, negative, negative. Not universally. GameStop's more holiday dependent. These stores sell other stuff though, right? So maybe our positive non Q4 isn't as bullish as I was previously expecting, because you know you do hear the bias that retail stores operate in the red until the holidays, and then you see that true with GameStop, so you assume it to be true elsewhere. But is that actually so? It would appear no. I just did total net sales, and I think this is still pretty conservative. Like I think my bull case is still conservative, and I probably wouldn't even look at this just because how bullish I am on GameStop. But I got total sales at just north of $1 billion, and then the net income 140. But I think we beat it. You know, I think we pull it like a 175 or something silly. Dare I say 180? EPS 32 basic, diluted 26, which again I think I've lowballed everything. Just I don't want people to get too excited. Right? Is it going to be good? I'm pretty sure. The question is, how good is it going to be? We'll have to see, right? And then that's really going to allow us a good baseline to look at the rate of change between last quarter and this quarter as we kind of start to stabilize more, right? Not too much has changed company-wise, just kind of compounding what we already have. How is that going to look when we're adding it to a holiday season, right? So I think next earnings is going to just be literally off the chain. And I'll also be quite interested to see what kind of suppression we undergo between, the cool down of this and the run up of next earnings, right? What does that look like, right? Do we visit 20 again? I really don't know. I'm going to have to just wait and read the technicals as they come our way, but I'm curious to see what kind of suppression we see, specifically if we're compounding these positive earnings, right? Are they still willing to go to those depths? I don't know. Or is it, do we not see suppression, at which point we're starting a melt up, at which point my trading strategy changes a little bit. I don't know if you guys were around during the Tesla squeeze, but a day will come when GameStop just moves up, just up. The price target just up becomes relevant and not just kind of like some fantasy that we feed ourselves into the future, right? It'll be worth more than it is now, great. But there will be a thing where it's like it will be up next week more than it is this week. And that will hold true for weeks and for months, at which point you can just blindly buy calls. You don't even have to be a good trader anymore. You can just like start buying calls and selling them, and you'll do really, really, really well for yourself. The important part is that you understand during this process that it's an absolute anomaly You're getting very lucky, and try not to do that elsewhere because you'll get burnt, right? You don't ever want to be blindly buying weeklies with no technical entry model. That's crazy, but a time will come for GameStop when that is its reality. So I'm here for it, right? If I can get everybody trained up ahead of time so you understand exactly how to participate within the specific market conditions. Once those conditions are no longer relevant and don't matter anymore, you're going to have a good time. Specifically, if you have a good bearing going into that beforehand, so it's not how you're being trained initially. Because if it is, and that's your first experience, you're going to think that that carries through to everything, and it certainly does not. Fucking fill in the rest of the table, homie. So yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to see how close everybody is on their estimates. It'll be pretty cool to well, I don't know. If we do well, one would expect a bit of a melt up, but there's more things at play. Like the general market condition comes into effect, which we do have an expected rate cut decision tomorrow. Are we still pricing this in at 90? We're down a little bit. So a little bit more of uncertainty, but 87.4, less than a day, I'm pretty sure we get a rate cut. And this is based on how the bonds or whatever are priced. They've got a whole methodology behind how they do this and a very good hit rate on that, right? So if you were super interested in how they come to this, outcome, it's accurate. It's very, very good. So we're looking at a rate cut tomorrow. Of course, there's been surprises and they've been wrong before, but it's unlikely. And that's going to, in theory, send the market higher, right? Lower interest rate equals corporate borrowing, which equals, corporate spending, right? They're going to be buying stuff, and then, away we go. So should be good, but who knows? The only downside, like that, one of the, I guess, the negatives that I do see going into call is our our crypto investment is down. So if the market really was like, I need a reason to be like bad, I guess they have one, right? That's their only reason right now. That's it. It's like, well, Ryan messed up on his investment strategy. Okay, sure. Maybe he comes out and says he bought more Bitcoin though, right? Maybe he bought the low. Maybe he picked up some at 85, and now our average isn't 108, it's 92, right? And that happens to coincide with our current spot price of Bitcoin. You can't really shit on that anymore because it's break even, right? It's not trading at a negative. That could be a possibility to kind of bypass that negativity. Otherwise, it's gonna get jammed down your throat. Everyone who wants to shit on GameStop for a reason has it, right? But those reasons are becoming fewer. They're becoming far less valid, right? 1 minute, I'll be right back. All right. Let's do this thing. Bruh, I need a hoodie. One more second. It is definitely wintertime. Okay. I have arrived. Is this it's a lot of volume. Where's that 200? Between the bit and the ask? How am I supposed to know? Maya. Holy, did you see that cat? I'm gonna get her like a little cape or something when she goes crazy. The market kind of getting into that end of day support zone. 30 minutes left. You guys want to watch some spy dailies? While we're bored in life? Excuse me. Duplicate window. We'll just pull up spy. Options. So let's look at just at the money. Like, what are we trading at? 683. Perfect. We're already there. 1 minute chart. Perfect. Just watch this. So yesterday we picked up, well, we actually lost on the trade, but the same strategy applies, right? And it's just, trying to have everyone become a little bit more comfortable with that. So it's something that they can repeat in the process, in the future, right? So the SPY has dailies, right? An index fund, you can buy 0-day expiries. Whereas like something like GameStop or NVIDIA, they have to be weeklies. They expire every week, right? So what we do here on the SPY every day at the end of the day to teach you, I'm not saying that you need to be trading the SPY high-risk contracts. That's crazy. But you can apply this setup on GameStop on Friday afternoons. And, they can potentially pay out quite nicely. They're very high risk, so you don't really size in, but it's like a $5 or $10 play. It's such a small amount of capital that you put into the trade that you can have potentially convert into hundreds of dollars, which is nice. So, a way for us to potentially magnify some of our profits from earlier on in the day, right? Like say, just for example, I made $100 today. I can take 10 of those dollars, 10% of what I've already made. So we're still profitable. Put it into a higher risk position and maybe make that 10% into another $100. And now, okay, we've doubled our revenue on the day. This is fantastic. But again, it's not something you can size into because A, there's not enough volume. And you see that cat? Holy Toledo. How fast does she go? Well, fast enough to provide enough electricity and power to, do all of this. I'm just kidding. So yeah, basically just holding on. Maybe we even look at the 684s. I don't think these are going to be cheap enough to get the move we want. Whoa, 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 whoa. 84, not 74. Yeah, and this is kind of that territory, right? Where the contracts become absolutely worthless at the end of the day. But then you get a reversal, and the worthless contracts now become, fairly appraised. Single podly, pretty much. Yeah, this is a nice breakout end of day. What happens when we clear a buy-side liquidity? Okay, we are invalidating the bearish order block. This is a bullish breaker block. Good news. What happens when you invalidate a buy-side liquidity? Well, I'll tell you. Above a buy-side liquidity, you will have stop losses for any short orders. So anyone shorting the stock here, or here will have those stop losses right here above the buy side. Furthermore, anyone who wants to go long on the stock understands this, and they know that the stock is being shorted here, right? So they're going to wait until it clears this level, and they have limit buy orders resting and waiting. So not only do you get stop loss orders on the shorts, which are buy, like those are long fills, so too do you have the bullish longs here. However, if not, then this is still holding as a buy side, which is shorts reloading, right? It's longs, non-confirmation longs selling. So there's a reason it's there, but if you do invalidate it, breaking above it, then you get an impulsive move upwards, typically quite quickly as those buys hit. Playing some warrants strictly as calls since they can be traded after hours. And more importantly than after hours, I think would be tomorrow's pre-market, which I guess is the same thing, right? But let's look at our last gap up. We'll go to the 4-hour chart. When was our last earnings gap up? Right here. So you see how after hours, right? This was the call. This bar here was the earnings call where we were like, oh yeah, we killed it. And then in the morning, this is the next day's morning, we hit the high. So I would be targeting tomorrow morning, like early, like maybe set an alarm, and because that's pre-market shit. I don't know what time you guys all get out of bed. I'll be up, of course, talking about it in Discord if you need any guidance whatsoever. I am there. What day is that earnings? I don't even know. I can't go back that far on the 1 hour or 1 minute. Shit. Right. So you see the earnings bar was aggressive, and then we kind of climbed up. And then the next morning we gapped up and then ran up. At this point, the hedge flips and we sell off. Market opens, we sell off even harder into close. Right? So this is why you're taking profits on those options right at fucking open. If you have warrants, I think that's a fantastic idea. I'm targeting tomorrow morning. I'm not targeting tonight. I'm targeting tomorrow morning. Furthermore, make sure all those longs are closed out by tomorrow, because even if you kill it, you're going to die. And then you can reposition yourself, in the coming days. Right? And we'll try to get, an entry model that looks appropriate for our risk profile, right? I might have to get my mirror shades out for the call. Sell 23 Cs before close today. No. No. So you want to sell covered calls above where you think we gap up. So I think we gap up to 24.5. So if I was going to sell covered calls, minimum, I'm thinking 25s. I'm not selling 23s. That's me selling 23 at an average of 23, 22. So I hope I'm getting more than 22 per call, Because if I'm not, ouch. That'd be selling below my average, and I'm minus the premium. Oh, you're long on it. Okay. Oh, you're the guy who has one. Yeah. Fuck, I say ride the bull, bud. Ride that bull. Are you up on it? Is it green? You only need 8 seconds for the championship, right? What does a bull rider need? I think it's only 8 or 15 seconds? Can you hold on just for a little bit? But again, if you have profits, if you're like, this money matters to me, lock it. If you can't stand to lose that $100 and you're like, ouch, that hurt me. No, like that was my livelihood or whatever. I don't know your situation. Take the gains. I don't want you losing money. If the money matters to you, take the money. If you're making $250K a year, let it ride. I don't care. You'll be fine. Don't hurt yourself though. Don't ever put yourself in a bad financial situation moving forward in life. I get it. The economy's tough. I'm telling you, things are expensive. You guys need all the money you could possibly get. I know I do. So I don't want you to expose yourself to any potential risk like that, right? However, if you got buco bucks on the paycheck coming your way and, you're just looking to have a little fun, I say ride the bull, it looks good. But that's based on your own risk profile. I don't know your situation. I don't know your risk. We're going to be back doing it next time, right? We're going to be back again next time doing it, and probably before next earnings call, I'll have some entry model for everyone, right? I can't say when it is ahead of time unless it is earnings because, that's a time-based trade, not a technical-based trade. 24%. I mean, yeah, when's the last time you made 25% on your GameStop? That's a joke. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I don't think that's bad. I think, a 25% play in a day and a half or something? That's a successful trade, my friend. I don't think it's like no one's going to hold it against you for taking 24% gains. Like, that's really good. And if you can compound that, you're killing it, right? Very, very good trading style. I've sold calls for far less. I'll take my 2-3% if I'm comfortable, right? Obviously, GameStop calls on a low in earnings season's a little different, but yeah, no one's going to hold it against you. You can still watch, right? And be like, oh, how did this? So I sold yesterday when it was, respectfully so. How did the call develop, right? You can still track this price of it tomorrow. So then next earnings, you have a deeper understanding of exactly how it will perform, right? And I can't guarantee anything, right? Other than you've got gains right now and you could lock those gains, right? But do I think it looks good? Yeah, I think it looks great. It looks as good as I could possibly have something look on earnings. If we can match last earnings, which I'm pretty sure we will. Again, it's who can say a for sure thing, right? If I would be sized in far more so if I was that confident, right, to have everything in on it. One sec, I'll be right back. And then I guess as long as you understand that if you do hold through the call tonight, that your exit is at open tomorrow, right? So you're either giving back some, and maybe you end up with plus 12%, or maybe it crushes and you're negative 60%, if we gap down, of course. Or we gap up and it runs and you're up 240%. That is the whole reason why we leave exposure. It's so uncertain. Even if there's a double beat, you could gap down, right? And the market really dictates. But we've done our best, right? So getting sized in appropriately, so scaling out, as you climb up, leaving runners for the exposure-based lotto, and that's so you see the indecision that you're having right now. Do I hold? Do I sell? Right? That's something that you don't have to even care about if you are scaling out, into it. Now, I understand you didn't size in enough to do so, but when I talk about the difference in psychology, that's it, right? There's so much uncertainty, because I don't want to give back this 24% I made, right? But I also wouldn't mind some more, right? You get caught, in this weird spot, emotionally speaking. And it's easy to make suboptimal decision emotionally. However, we do our best, right? We understand that you can't fully predict the movements like this, but at the same time, we've done our best. We've looked at the earnings history, right? We've assessed the current situation, which is continued switch to tailwind with further development of digital power packs, right? Which has been performing really well for us last quarter. And it's not disappearing this quarter. It didn't go anywhere. It's still definitely here. People are still buying those Twitches, getting ready for Christmas. And on that note, we'll have more of it next quarter, right? So it's not only here now, and was here before, but will continue to be here for a little bit, right? So I think it's pretty decent. Hey, Dentures, how are you? Does the market rip up to close? We've got 10 minutes here. These are worth $6 each. Let's see if we can get those up to 20 cents or something. Yeah. I'm pretty hyped. It's going to be a volatile ride. Typically, first move is the wrong move, so don't get too nervous if it slashes downwards. Earning moves are the market maker is going to flush the order book either way. So they're going to, if it's bad earnings, typically they grab all the liquidity to the upside and then slash it down. If it's positive earnings, lots of times they'll grab that low side liquidity, they'll institutional stop hunt, and then it'll go. But very volatile. So don't get too worried if you see a big red bar, because there's a really good chance that just maybe a couple minutes down the road you're going to get a massive green one, and vice versa, right? But I don't think that GameStop's gapping. If GameStop gaps down, I'll admit defeat. I'll straight up admit being wrong. But on that note, if it does gap down, we've already protected ourselves. We've scaled out the lion's share of our profits. We're good to go. Like, if it gaps down, we still made a buttload of money. If it gaps up, we made even more money and have just magnified our profits, which is, the name of the game. So we're just excited, and not just excited for the gains, but fundamentally what it means for the company and the future of our investments. Because let's be okay, it's make some money on the contracts. That's great, but 1% on your commons, no. But the commons holding and compounding for years and years. Once this machine that has clearly started its engines, really ramps up, right? So more excited for GameStop as a long-term, which is pretty funny because I make these videos on YouTube and you get the comments, right? Oh, GameStop's not a long-term investment. It's for day trading. And it's like, what? Have you ever tried to day trade a low-volume stock? You simply can't do it. It's brutal. You can day trade GameStop on high volume. You can swing trade options, or you can long-term scalp around your core position on volumetric events, or like a liquidity anomaly, right? So a long-term hold on GameStop, you have no idea. I am here for an eternity. There's no leaving. I'll leave when Ryan leaves. How about that? Which would be a terrifying prospect for a lot of people. But he would not leave before the job was done, right? Most Canadians follow campsite rules, we like to leave things better than when we found them, right? In all things, whether it be your campsite, a company, a relationship, right? Campsite rules, leave it in a better condition than you arrived to it, and it just compounds, right? So I don't think if he were to leave GameStop, he would do so before everything was spick and span, right? So just a potential thing. Yeah, I go with Ryan at this point. He's my dad. Don't want to get left behind. You ever been Costco's a big place. You ever been left there as a kid? It's terrifying. You gotta stay with your dad. But I don't suspect that to happen for some time, right? Ryan hasn't, Ryan's average is our average. And your bro has not just put in 6 years of work to get out at his average. I assure you, he wants 10x on his investment. Yeah. SPY breaking down even more so. These contracts are right where we want them. 1 cent, 2 cents are worth $1 or $2 in a bundle of 100, of course. And there's the potentiality that you're spending $10 here. You get 10 contracts at $1 each, $10. Turn the SPY around to close, and these $1 contracts are going to up convert like a motherfucker. And that's what you want to do on GameStop on Fridays. Obviously, you can watch this pattern play out on SPY every day. That's fine. But the option is really, really nice to do so at week's end for GameStop if, we get that set up. These are looking like they're not going to go, though. We're so far out of the money now that you would really have to rip. Sell off into close? Unexpected. Unexpected, right? Holy. Five minutes till close. And this is where we want to see the market turn around and come right back up to parity. Can it do it? Now, these might be the wrong strike. Maybe we want to move in a little bit, but let me just check these really quick. Yeah, basically, but a little bit maybe more expensive than we want. Those are probably better, though. What happens in your holding 0-day expiry calls and it rips and you don't sell? You get exercised? I doubt you have the capital to have those exercised. You do on an index fund have 15 minutes post-close to settle. Is GameStop still a thing? Yeah. Really selling off into close. Holy shit. Damn, bruh. Volatility kicking off a little early. That's how hard it's going to rip, that they've got to pre-suppress to absorb the price. I mean, it's on low volume. What is our volume today? $5.5. It's below average. It's just what my ex-girlfriend used to say. We're just kidding. Your broker probably closes it for you anyways. But yeah, you have 15 minutes after the bell rings to close your contracts on an index fund if it's a day an options contract, which is nice. A lot of people don't realize that. Well, I mean, this presents a buying opportunity if anybody wanted exposure. You got 2 minutes. That's a good deal on these. They went all the way from 140 to 115. Ooh, my gosh. Oh, Kitty will not be back. Sorry. Many apologies. Why would he? Kitty coming back is very hard to do. He has too much money and will blow up the stock. So it's hard for him to size in appropriately. And therefore, I don't expect a massive Kitty YOLO update ever. Sorry. You might get like a 13G if he gets onboarded. Right? That's what they said last time. I know. I understand. I would like nothing more. Don't get me wrong. Like, I would love that, but it's not something that I'm able to predict, so it's not something I'm able to count on, right? And if it happens, I've got common share exposure. That's I wouldn't, and maybe if I'm lucky enough, I might have options exposure, but I honestly think if he were to come back, it would be through an official filing, right? Where you get a 13G. All right, this is it. End of day rip back up. 1 minute left. There is 15 minutes post-close to settle these. Let's look at those 483s because these are not moving. These aren't really, though, either. Nothing like we seen yesterday. Yesterday, we went from 2 cents to 75. Very little movement here. That's it. Ding, ding. All eyes on you, GameStop. I think we've got about 15 minutes. At least. Is it a fat position? It's not. That's a big ass position, homie. Godspeed. Warrants ticking up on the dip. Let's open up a new window and check those warrants out. They're different on my broker. What are they called? WS. Send symbol to call to. Perfect. Warrants up 420 pre-market. You know, basically just trading flat here. We're on it, though. We got him up. Let's check silly stonk. I like to call them stupid stonk, but I won't. I'll be nice tonight. And then, yeah, let's just hang out and wait for the call. Do we have an actual call to join? No call. I don't think so. Yeah, just a report. I think their mistake or shareholders call, right? That's a little different. What the hell? A 65. Oh, I mean, that's not them trying to trigger anything. That's just a super duper liquid option. A 65 call on the old chain? You're insane. Been here since 2022 or so. My average sucks, but here we are. Well, we're happy to have you, homie. All right, so remember, you guys, don't get nervous. We talked about this happening. First move, wrong move. Don't get excited about it. Oh, no. It's okay. It's super duper common that the market maker is going to hunt institutional stop losses in the opposite direction that earnings goes, because they're going to know ahead of everyone else. All right, it is pretty manipulated. Yeah, I agree. But if I'm ever going to get famous, I need those people on my side, right? Because they're the only ones that will let me get on that front page, and that's where all the viewers are. But that's fine. I think I can shine through just based on my trading style and supporting you guys, and it'll grow organically. So again, don't be too nervous here. First move, wrong move, right? I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this so we can focus in on the warrants. And then I'm going to move this to the stock price because, who doesn't want two charts open, right? Just in case you don't like this chart over here. So again, first move, wrong move. Let's get, let's look at this really quick. Yeah, all these other stores are also positive every quarter. So that's not as bullish as I thought, but still good for the company as a turnaround. Did I not open up that investors relations page? Oh, wait. And what is today? 12/9. So we're just probably refreshing this page until it hits. Really nice potential warrant buys. Yeah, hello, good game on Twitch. You can find it here. Some days I'm up at 2 a.m. Other days I'm up at 4 a.m. It really depends. I get on basically as soon as I wake up. Expecting a double beat and drop. Yeah. I mean, you're probably dead on. It's all fun and games until Ryan gives forward guidance. Then it all becomes much more serious. We maybe don't get forward guidance until post-Burry conversation, though. Right? Where he, gains some conviction from Burry's expertise, and then maybe, that gets implemented and he comes out next earnings and says, hey, we got a plan. He could do it now, too. Who knows, but we'll have to wait and see. Still waiting. So again, this is all very premature, non-confirmation sell down, which could just be liquidity grabs, institutional stop hunting. First move, wrong move. That is typical trader mentality for an earnings report, right? And it's just grabbing stops. But, maybe maybe that classical knowledge doesn't hold true and it is just a nice down, which is what it is. I mean, that's why we say ahead of time, we can't predict anything. But what we can predict is that a pre-earnings run-up will occur and that we can capitalize off of that really nicely, right? And then leave the runners for a lotto if you get lucky, which, as sure as we were, we're pretty certain on this. We're met, in the opposite direction, which I do think is going to reverse once the actual report comes out. But, you just have to take it as it comes, right? So it goes to show the importance of protecting yourself beforehand. Similar to the dividend with the warrants, right? It was pretty clear that we were going to have a run up into the distribution as people wanted more warrants. But as soon as they have them hit their account, was like, they're out of the money. So do we still trend in the money and then they exercise and we sell off? Or does it act as a classical dividend sell off? There was that level of uncertainty, right? But beforehand, you knew that there would be a run up into the uncertainty event, as we have again here. And that's quite common, right? Where it's buy the rumor, sell the news, right? The rumor, GameStop's going to have really good earnings. And then the news is GameStop's earnings, right? That is such a freaking sell-off, though. Holy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's arrived. My goodness. Goodness gracious. This is going to be a lot to tear through. Oakley dokely. There is going to be a lot to go through here. Let's maybe get these up to the top of the screen. We're still selling off, so it can't be that good. Should we just control find what we're looking for? What is our other income? Only 2.6. Or this is the 9 months end of 2024, which would be the last one, and then this is the new one. I honestly don't spend a ton of time with these filings. Where's our income per share? 0.65? No, that cannot be correct. Or is it 0.17? Which number am I looking at here? Is it the 0.17, 0.13, or the 0.65, 0.55? I don't think TradingView will update it right away. Net loss of 32 million, 0.7 per share, down from 55 million prior. Revenue fell 29% to 860. Missing estimate of 870 or 987, sorry. It did look good, we thought. So we're just going to update our spreadsheet. What's our SG&A? All right, let's go through this and then we can compare. So we were below my bear case even. 860. Okay. So it's a good thing we were conservative because it was even more so. If I enter, then I'll be able to compare a little bit better, right? That's what the chatbot gave you. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, it probably isn't wrong. We're continuing to trend down here. And that, it just goes to show you, no matter how confident you are, that's why you scale out first, right? Just a minute. I'm in another group here really quick. Yeah, all chatbots are pretty brutal, to be honest. And earnings miss. What was our net income? What was our net income? Certainly it's not 290. Is that 290 for the whole 9 months, though? What about just this quarter? Where do we find that? Yeah, we definitely could post interest rate decision. $77. I'm fairly certain this is what we're looking for. Cash is chilling. Still holding the coins. Unrealized loss of 9.2. And unrealized gain of 19.4. Interesting. On digital assets. Did not purchase or sell any Bitcoin. Warrants. Warrant's getting murdered. Total net sales, 821. Collectibles, 256.1. Which is up. Right? We're growing on the collectibles. That's good. Software, 197.5. And then the hardware and accessories, 367.4. So the hardware and accessories is down. The Switch is tapering off, I guess, to be expected a little bit, right? Software is up. I guess we also talked about this, how the Switch has already sold, but the new games coming out for the Switch is what's going to sell now. That's going to have a tailwind. Perfect, as expected. Collectibles continuing to grow. Nailed it, right? So this is all very, very good. We're just down a little bit on hardware because it's, you know, the console's out of cycle at this point. So these so far are looking pretty good. And when did this end? It was like November 1st, so it's 11/1/24 or 2025. And then we are moving on to SG&A if we can find it. Okay, we've got our cogs here. SG&M we've got. Operating a loss. Other expenses, negative $3 million. Or maybe it's not a negative. I don't know. I'll come back to that. I'm going to highlight this. Depreciation, not clearly stated. Interest income, 49. Net income, 77.1. Basic EPS, 17. Diluted, 13. Is that what we came up with? What a kick in the teeth that is. Hey, chat. What the hell? Oh, man, that did hurt. Well, should have sold that contract. No! Oh, man. I tried to be as real with you as I could, right? If the money doesn't matter to you, if you're making really good money at your job, let it ride. You know, if it did matter to you, take the profits. That's as real as I could be, man. I even used $250K salary. So, like, you know, if you got that kind of dollar, I don't think I'd cared much either. Sorry, dude. We could come back. Let's wait and see how tomorrow goes. The IV crush is going to be absolutely brutal. Sometimes not all the soldiers make it back home, yeah. Typically they do not. Good news, though. Good news. You know, we took our profits along the way. One of my contracts I sold for over 130%, which is really, really good. And it's something I've done in the past. It's something that we can continue to do in the future, right? So if this is disappointing to you guys, don't worry. We need price action in both ways. The retracement here just gives us another opportunity to get in on the low. That's the truth of it. And it was going to happen at some point with or without a good earnings. Of course, you know, we leave the runners. We've got those lotto calls we're still holding. We want to magnify our profits, but you know, it's a tough life, right? It's pretty hard. Even if we do go green tomorrow, the IV crush is going to murder any contract that was on chain. Now, on that note, you know, we're talking about kind of monitoring these bigger trades that come in. We seen someone sell $25 calls. Or I think there were 25 puts, maybe. 400 days to expiry, 408 days or something crazy. So we're gonna have to pull back around and take a look at those tomorrow. Did they print? You know, are they staying on chain? Right. Furthermore, I imagine that there's going to be a lot of people unloading tomorrow, which could exacerbate the situation. But you know, I see we're already down at 2170. There's not that much further down until we're at 20, right? You know, another 10%. Oh my God. So that's going to be okay. And then to be at baseline again is really good. You know, if you want to go long on the leveraged 2x fund, the GME ER, or there's also potential another options play for us incoming. We're gonna wait obviously for a technical entry model, but you know, we'll get there. We will get there. I'll need those formulas back. The sheet doesn't have them. Anyways, let me finish this. Income tax expense. That can't be right. Their inventory is growing. Quite a bit. Their inventory is definitely going up. Cash and cash equivalents down. Bitcoin's chilling. Okay, this is where it gets spicy. So we're continuing to trim the fat on right to use to store and operating leases. The current is down a little bit, not too much, but so then maybe the downsizing is starting to slow. Pull the non-current here. Also still pulling back. So this is great. We're continuing to trim fat. Oh, where all my formulas went. Some of these cells are supposed to fill in manually based on a formula, but they're not triggering. So, what do we still want here? And then SG&A of total sales we'll need as well. Depreciation didn't say anything. We'll need this equation. Operating margin we should get. Let's hope for an earning. You're not getting one. They do not. We're not getting a call, I assure you. I do not think so. We're going to still hang out, though. Field any questions. I think I had too much hopium. Nah, I'm pretty sure we did a good job at curbing all that. I literally was making fun of Super Stonk all week. They were drawing lines to $40. They were drawing lines to $100. And I was like, no, maybe we go to $24.50. I'm pretty sure that this group will have the most tempered expectations of a group out there. And we nailed it too, right? Like, I don't think anyone probably did a better job this earnings than us, unless someone was really recommending you sell 25s before close. That would have been a baller move. But we killed it. You know, we even preached the uncertainty, you know, of not knowing what happens. It could double beat and go down, you know, like that. Confirming those profits beforehand, you know, explaining that, you know, if you really can't resist, you can leave lotto-based exposure. Man, we fucking killed it as far as I'm concerned. I know this is a letdown and probably an emotional toll, but it's okay. If anything, you've gained a little confidence in me, right? And now next time when I start yelling about, oh, pre-earnings run up, let's start to load in. Maybe, you know, you listen. Maybe you just watch again. I don't know. And continue to build trust. That's totally okay. But I got you. You know, we're going to be here, not only next earnings, but on the interim, starting to educate ourselves on the options again. You know, we have not really had a lot of time. We've been excited with everything. But, you know, we'll go through some more of that to help you get more of this, okay? And aside from that, you know, this doesn't look bad, right? The earnings aren't abysmal. You know, we're going to continue to pour through it and fill out, you know, our info here and kind of let that permeate our being until we have a deeper understanding, because this just came out. You know, everybody's still just figuring it out. We're going to be okay. It is going to be okay. So our gross profit is down a little bit, but again, you know, the hardware is down off the switch, so fine. And then our margin is up as well. Please. Now let's do SG&A off that, and we'll do operating off that as well. And then we could do, I think there's been no new dilution, so this should basically be the same, right? And then there was no depreciation. We don't know. Well, we know the Bitcoin's depreciated. Ryan. The net income was so much lower than expected. I'll admit. Yeah, I think this stays the same. So does, no, this actually goes to 591.7. Yeah, isn't that something, eh? So really, we underestimated how relevant that Switch sale was, because we're back to kind of baseline hardware. But next season is holiday season, and you'll see the hardware during that holiday season being just a behemoth. So, we're still here. That'll be all right. $26.97. And our operating margin is 503, which is good. All right, that's not bad. That's not a negative. And that's kind of what we were looking at earlier is, are these other retail stores operating in the negative? And the answer was no, they're not. They're still in the black or positive throughout the year. So let's at least get on their level, right? So maybe, we're not that hot of shit and, you all suck, we're better. But, at least we're not shit. We're just equals, I guess, is how we're reading that. So what would we like? Yeah, the earnings per share was, I think, a lot less than people expected. Keep in mind, though, the interest rate decision is tomorrow, right? And that is priced in as a cut, which is bullish for the market. So we should see some price improvement based off of that. And just because GameStop didn't gap up like we kind of were actually forecasting, I honestly was, doesn't mean we don't go on a post-earnings run. It does not mean that whatsoever. Because these earnings, even though coming in less than expected, were still pretty good. And that's the reality of it, is that we are drastically improving the company's balance sheet. And it's undeniable, right? Like, we're reducing, our liabilities drastically so. Was this equal sum of you two? Whoops. It's been a long time since I made a spreadsheet. Oh, you gotta bracket them? No, get that one out of there. No! I-41. Perfect. So again, our total operating lease liabilities, current and non-current, reducing, right? That's good, while still maintaining the Q3. Because what was our last Q3? 860. So our last Q3 was 860 with 443 million, right? So it's like a less than 2-to-1 ratio, like 1.9 or something. But here we have 821 on 228, which is drastically different, right? I think the rate cut is typically bullish, but I'll be careful. We'll see how the market interprets it. I do think it's bullish. We've been marching up, right? We've been pre-baking that data in for the last little bit, just until the recent pullback last couple of days here. But yeah, I think the market looks really good. Right, this is not bad. We just had this market structure shift, which we were kind of forecasting there, kind of cement itself. And if this volume imbalance can hold, right, we've got, why did it go to $2? If this new volume imbalance can hold, I think we're set up for probably all-time highs into Christmas. Again, I've been wrong before, right? I told you guys GameStop was going to gap up tonight. Look at us now, right? This guy's an idiot. But yeah, so I just hope that everybody listened throughout the process. I understand there was a unique situation where someone wasn't sized in, so they were not able to scale out because they were in weeks later than they should have been. But, we did our best to kind of be forthright about the risk there. And unfortunately, when you're flipping a coin, it can go the other way. And that's just how these things go, right? So even though earnings is fundamentally quite strong, because the market overestimated us based on our massive beat last time, right? Or they wouldn't have estimated us this high if we weren't so good last time. Then we probably would have, come in at parity or a beat, and it would have been a different story. So, that coupled with the Bitcoin being at a bit of a loss maybe is all the narrative that they necessarily needed. So, it's just after this one, another cut isn't currently projected, and the others have been bullish since we expected another one afterwards as well. Totally. Man, I got like maybe an ear pimple. Ouchie. Yes. Well, we also weren't projected to have a cut this month either. Jay Powell in the last meeting said that December was basically off the table for a cut. Market looked too strong, and then it immediately pulled back because of that, and now here we are with a cut. We'll take it as is, right? No one can really tell ahead of time. It'll be pretty quiet tomorrow in the market until that decision is made, and then obviously the market will pick a direction, right? So we need our effective tax rate, which is irrelevant. EPS check, which was, I thought we already entered that. 0.13, right? Which is not great at all. None of this really matters. This will be the same too. We only get that on the yearly report. That we still need to figure out an equation for. And then this can all be calculated as well. which again, my calculations have all disappeared. I don't know where my formulas went, man. Maybe they're in an old sheet. So, I mean, I guess as a quick recap before we sign off for the night, total net sales down in comparison to our last Q3, right? 860 versus 820. However, if we look at our total and non-current, 285 versus 228, right? So, we're producing 40 less million on, half as less overhead, right? This is 443 versus 228, quite a bit less, right? Almost half. And, we're not producing half as much net sales. We're just down a tiny bit, right? So the ratio here is really improving quite drastically. And that's the key narrative to hold on to, right? That it's becoming more lean while still producing at that same level, right? Which you would expect a massive fall off with the amount of, overhead that they've trimmed, right? So it's costing a lot less to make the same amount of money, which again is very, very good news as far as, running an efficient company goes. And, I appreciate that, right? So honestly, good job, Ryan. Very much looking forward to Q4, right? Because we're going to have already elevated numbers. And even though, we were trying to match the 160, right? Where is that? We wanted to match the net income of last quarter of that 168, falling short. But you know what? This 77 still absolutely dwarfs our last Q3 of 17.4. So the improvement that we're making year over year is, not something that will be ignored for long, right? I get, we're a little under estimates, boo-hoo, but the fact remains that even though we were under estimates because last quarter was so phenomenal, we're still far further along the road of success than we were the same time last year, right? 18 or 17.5 to 77. Yeah, that's multitudes higher. I don't even know the math, but I can tell you what, that's very good. So, a negative spin here today on, a couple things, the miss and the Bitcoin as well, but that's not going to hold true into the future, right? This ship is definitely in the process of self-correcting as far as I'm concerned. And, if we want to dedicate this quarter to the Switch 2 launch, right, which we have, we understand that on the timeline. And, we're just say, okay, we don't want to compare about the 17 because that's PSA engagement. So let's go to the one before that. It's still an improvement from 45 to 77. That's good. Those are good percentage improvements on our net income. And then, we're becoming more efficient while we're doing that. It's very, very good. So, any negative sentiment towards it, I simply will not stand for it. This is fantastic. The price action, actually, I do not mind because it's going to give us an option to size in again because I wasn't going to sell my shares at 25 or 26 anyways, right? But what I will do is buy more longs at 22. Absolutely. And, we've got some fresh profits to do just that with, right? So things are looking pretty good for us. I'm happy. I'm sorry if this was disappointing to you all, but it was always in the cards, A sure thing is never that because, like I said, if it was a sure thing and I was that confident, I'd be, taking in some mortgages on the house and, going way in deep, but it's not a sure thing, right? So just doing our due diligence to capitalize on any potential movements with the options chain, right? Because there's a big difference between 10% move and, 130% move, which we've seen. So capitalizing off of that while, confirming the profits, managing our risk so we can come back and do it all again. Cool beans. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Unfortunately, this is how the cookie crumbles, but good news is there's going to be more cookies into the future, right? So, cheers. We'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. I'm trapped in the live stream. How do I escape? No, but seriously, I'm trapped.